We're taking special remarks. Feel free to come to the podium and give when your time comes.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see everybody. I think I know most of the people in the room, and there are some I don't know, but they know me already. So it's always a joy to meet again. So from the Ghana Monitoring and Evaluation Forum, this is a great joy. We are really excited because it's been difficult to meet like this for a long time. These days when you call meetings, everybody is so busy, they can't show up. So we've been doing a lot online, but it's good to be able to see each other physically as well. We are particularly grateful to UNICEF for the kind of support they've given us. GMF is about 18 years old, and UNICEF has been with us all that journey. So as we look back and we look at progress, it's important to note that one of our key partners have been UNICEF. We are also grateful to NDPC. They are the government wing that we've worked with over the years. When we describe the history a bit later, we'll talk about the Ministry of Monitoring and Evaluation, all the other partners who've come along the way. But NDPC has been the good old faithful organization that we go to when we're talking about government and MNE. We also have other partners, especially in the civil society space, like the planners. It's interesting, a lot of our members are also members of the Planners Association, so we kind of overlap in many ways. So it's good to have them as well. For today, I think it's exciting because this is something we've talked about a lot. You know, in a number of countries, an evaluation week is an annual event where everybody who works on evaluation comes together to look at what you've done over the past years, to share it, to exhibit, to do that kind of thing. And when DIH is to be commended for how much effort and hard work they put into this. So when they approached us about it, we thought, yes, it was a good idea. But for this year, probably we can't have a full week, but we would launch it. We'll just do a 2-day launch. And then all of us will tell everybody about it so that next year we'll have a huge fair. We can actually do exhibitions. We'll tell people about all that's going on. So today is just a teaser. Today and tomorrow is just to see what's happening, just a little sneak peek. And then hoping that next year we'll have more of our partners on board. Now you can hardly ever open the newspaper in a week and not see an MNE job being advertised. MNE is everywhere. And so you're finding out that it doesn't matter what professional body you look at, MNE is becoming a key aspect of people's training and capacity building. We are hoping that as we do this, we will harness, we will hone the skills, so that when we say that this is an evaluator, he or she is doing a very good job. It's not going to be some job that comes back and we are querying too much. I think there are countries, there are places where people have actually done evaluation jobs and they've been thrown out of the window and people have come back to complain. In fact, I was reading the other day that somebody did a job and was not even paid because they didn't accept the reports that came out of their job. So GMF's interest is in building that kind of capacity, in supporting each other so that the work we do is up to par, it's up to the standard. And we are hoping that as you join us, we can build a strong group that will, monitor ourselves as well as what happens in the country. We are also hoping that NDPC, as the government mouthpiece, will push for the national policy, because we actually have a national MNE policy. It's just waiting for presidential assent. So I hope that this year, or at least this term of government, we can push for it to get the sign-off. And then hopefully we can now begin to implement it. But there are lots of things in there that are things we already do. So we are going to encourage everyone to help prioritize MNE in our institutions. For the young ones who are getting and training and picking up courses and degrees in MNE, it's a great area to be in. But remember that even if you are taller than your mother, you don't have more experience than she has. So don't forget the institutions that exist already, the people you meet on the job, respect them, help them, and let them mentor you. Let them show you the pitfalls. Because it's a very interesting area, but also a very tricky area. It's the one area you can excel, but at the same time, if you are attacked as being poor or bad, nobody will want you in their organization or want to work with you. So we hope that this will be a very interesting experience. We look forward to 2 days of very interesting interactions, especially tomorrow's capacity building sessions. And do keep in touch. Thank you, and a warm welcome to everybody. Akwaba. To those online, oh yeah, nice of you to join us, and we hope you have a great session as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dede-Eduardo. And I was glad that you mentioned NDPC. It's a nice time to introduce them. And Mr. Stephen Ampim-Darko was looking at me, you know. So let's welcome him. He's the principal planning analyst at NDPC. Let's evaluate him with our clap as he takes his seat. This one, the clap looks like a monitoring clap instead of an evaluation clap. Anyway, let's now welcome Mr. Michael Bequin, who is representing the government station, to give his remarks.
Thank you, MC. The board chair, Development Inside Help, the founder, Development Inside Help, the head of civil service, the keynote speaker, distinguished development partners, academia, civil society, and the media. Ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from the Ghana Statistical Service. Please permit rallied apology from the government statistician to the chair and present here. The government statistician is unable to attend this important program as a result of unforeseen circumstances. I am therefore delivering his opening remark on his behalf. It is an honor to be part of this historic moment. The launch of Ghana First Evaluation Week centered on the theme, Ghana's Evaluation Journey, Progress, Challenges, and the Way Forward. Today marks more than an event. It marks a turning point in how we learn from our past, measure progress, and shape our collective future. Evaluation is not about proving, it's about improving. Those words from Michael Quinn Patton capture the heart of today's gathering. Evaluation is not an exercise in assigning blame. It's about shining light on what works, learning from what doesn't, and using the knowledge to make better decisions. Monitoring and evaluation forms the nervous system of good governance. They tell us whether our collective actions are achieving the real change we want, whether our plans matches reality, and whether we need to adjust the course. But MNE can only be as strong as the data it stands on. Without reliable, timely statistics, even the best designed evaluation loses its power. Ghana's journey with evaluation has been steady but challenging. We can all attest to that. Monitoring and evaluation policy layout, the reality clearly. Our system remains fragmented. Too often, monitoring and evaluation are seen as compliance exercise. Report produce, we take the boss. Than developing tools to guide development. We face three big gaps as a country. First one, the lack of single harmonized framework across government institutions. This creates duplication, inconsistent methods, and results that rarely feed into decision making. Second, we have weak connections between planning, budgeting, and M&E. When budgets are tight, you know the next thing is M&E budget that we touch. Third, inadequate funding and institutional support, especially at the subnational level. What this means is that many well-intended programs go unexamined because of financial budgetary constraint. Projects that don't work continue to be funded, while successful ones fail to scale. In the end, resources are spent, but less is achieved. And yet, there's rare progress to celebrate. The General Development Planning Commission has done vital work over the years, as Dede mentioned, to institutionalize monitoring and evaluation in the public sector. The M&E policy now, which is yet to be assented to, provide a solid foundation for consistency and accountability. Institutions like the Ghana Monitoring and Evaluation Forum, the Development Insight Hub, and the Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research have all contributed to deepening our evaluation culture in this country. And this new Ghana Evaluation Week, the first of its kind, add an important piece to that ecosystem. It's a space for honest discussion, as we've gathered here, learning, and then connecting across the various institutions and development partners that are here. At the Ghana Statistical Service, we see ourselves as part of the movement, just as NDPC is institutionalizing M&E nationally. We are building our internal system to do the same, to track how our programs perform, how collectively we deliver on our mandate as an institution, and how data is being used. We are reforming our structures to position M&E, Mr. Chair, as a core function within Ghana Statistical Service. We are investing in people and tools, and our long-term goal is to build a strong M&E system within Ghana Statistical Service and extend that support to statistical units across ministries, departments, and agencies. As we know, statistics and evaluation are two sides of the same coin. Statistics tells us what is happening. Evaluation helps us understand why. Without data, evaluation lacks precision. Without evaluation, data remained deprivative, not informative. The theme for this forum, Ghana Evaluation Journey progress, challenges, and the way forward is a reminder that the week is far from over. We must bridge the gap between data producers, planners, and evaluators. We must make evidence the heartbeat of our governance system. Ghana cannot afford to treat M&E as an afterthought. We need a coordinated, well-resourced national system that keeps us accountable and drive better results. That means strong institution, deeper collaboration among us, and mindset that value result over report. So as we open this inaugural Ghana Evaluation Week, let this be both a celebration and a call to action. Let's build Ghana where every policy is guided by evidence, every program is tracked with rigor, and every result is measured against the difference it makes in people's life. The Ghana Success Service stands ready to partner with all of you, government departments, partners, academia, and civil society, to make this vision real. Together, we can ensure that every data point tells a story and every evaluation shapes a better future for Ghana. Thank you, and I wish us all a productive and inspiring engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bequin. And I'm also partnering all the panelists here by being the monitoring spirit. Okay, so if you see me here, it's just to signal you. Let's welcome now Dr. Evans Agredakun, the head of the civil service, as he gives us his special remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Raf, for the opportunity and the work we are doing. You need very hardworking MCs to make programs interesting, right? Yeah. So try and also nurture others, because when you sit under some dull, unedifying MC, it makes the program very boring, right? So I admire the way you are. So keep it up. Keep it up. Thank you very much, and I admire you. So keep it up. So let me recognize the board chair of the Development Insight Hub, Professor Peter Korty. I've known for several years, who is also now the acting director of LESIAD, I'm told, the Legon Center for International Affairs and Diplomacy. Let me recognize our keynote speaker, Professor Robert Darkun. I have the Darkun in there, so I'm tapping into the opportunities that the Darkun is bringing. So he's the director. He took over from Professor Peter Korty. You see what it means? And these are all contemporaries. So it means you have to work hard, right? Yes. Thank you very much. The President, Ghana M&E Forum, recognize you. Let me recognize my good friend, the UN, the UNICEF representative Ghana, Mr. Osama Makawi Gogali, that we had very lively discussions this morning. Ghana Institute of Planning, the other distinguished UNFPA, a deputy representative, among others. Let me recognize, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our development partners here. Of course, academia not left out. Members of the civil society organizations, I call them universities without students. Yeah, civil society organizations, yes. The members of the diplomatic corps, the media professionals, ubiquitous media professionals. I mean, if you are working and the media is not there, you can be sure that you are the only person who's aware that you exist. Nobody else does. And so we thank you for the dissemination for wider audience and wider consumption. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to address this August gathering. And as you are aware, we have all kinds of crisscrossing, very suffocating schedules. But when Kwabena, where is Kwabena? When Kwabena invites you, you have no choice in the matter. You know, he was a colleague when we were chief directors, and he is an achiever. I mean, he gets things done. He's a fixer. You understand? The typical Abedi Pele or, you know, Messi in a team. So when you have them, those people, they make a lot of things. Yes, so thank you very much, Governor, and your team. We will be moderating, I'll be moderating the UN at 80, just around this morning. But when Kobra calls, I said they have to reconfigure the program so I can put in appearance. Otherwise, the relationship will be reviewed. So I'm here. So it's an honor to be here for this, the launch of this inaugural Ghana Evaluation Week. And this is a landmark initiative that reaffirms Ghana's commitment to transparency, accountability, and evidence-based governance. And I've always said that if our policies are not based on evidence or based on data, we'll have implementation nightmares. It's not just about prayers. It must be evidence-based, so I'm happy to be here. So I commend the Development Insight Hub, the Ghana Monitoring and Evaluation Forum, the National Development Planning Commission, and their partners for this foresight, and the dedication in conceptualizing this important event. Their collective effort really laid the foundation for institutionalizing evaluation as a cornerstone of our national development. The institutionalization of National Evaluation Week is both timely and, for me, very strategic. It underscores the critical role of monitoring and evaluation in ensuring that public policies and programs achieve their tangible results. And as you are aware, I say that public policies is what government decide to do or not to do. If government decide that I want to do this, the policy. If government decide that it will not decide, it's still a policy. Because the decision not to take any decision is also a decision, right? Because you need to decide that you won't decide. And it's a decision. So for public officials and for civil servants, we are happy because we are giving effect to the policy intentions of government. And that is why I've said that public officials cannot abdicate. It should not be said that you did not advise. It should not be said that you didn't have the competencies. So you are coming with neutral competence. Politicians will set a strategic direction, but there must be mutual dependability to make the progresses that we seek to make. This is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, evaluation is important because they will help us to see whether indeed the policies are in a much more nuanced manner achieving the target that we have set for ourselves based on certain standards that are also scientific, not episodic or sometimes based on guesswork or personal hunches, but standardized so that we can have a very scientific basis of assessing how the policies have achieved their purpose. Ban Ki-moon once argued that, and he noted that we cannot manage what we cannot measure. So if we cannot measure anything, we can't manage it. That's very important. So evaluation, therefore, serves as a governance tool for learning, for accountability, and improvement. And for us, please take note as public officials, accountability is answerability. So we are not saying that, oh, we can't be bothered. And sometimes when we are serving people, we behave as if we are doing them a favor. No. Accountability connotes answerability, and we need to take note of that. So Ghana's progress in embedding M&E within governance structures, for me, is very commendable. The 1992 Constitution of the Republic, our Civil Service Act, which act was enacted in 1993, which is undergoing some review. Of course, the Local Government Act, we gave birth to the Local Government Act, so we are literally their fathers, parents, as it were. All these collectively provide a framework for coordinated evaluation from the national to sub-national levels. At the administrative machinery of the government, and we know we have the two types of executive. We have what we call the political executive and administrative executive. The president and his cabinet, the political executive, the civil service, public bureaucracy, the administrative executive. The two very critical. So the administrative executive, the civil service has been a key factor in driving this progress. Indeed, our overarching mandate is to assist the government of the day in the formulation and implementation of public policies and programs for national development. That's very important. Now, through initiatives such as the annual performance evaluation system, which we have, and of course the performance improvement framework, the civil service has sought to align institutional performance with national development objectives. And these mechanisms, to all intents and purposes, embody our collective effort to promote accountability, productivity, and continuous learning. Because Professor Korte, you remember once you indicated that we go to school for certificate, right? So we should not allow our schooling to interfere with our education. So once we've Hello? Okay, so I'm back online. So sorry for the technical hitch, I'm back online. So the argument is simple, that we go to school to study. But when we have finished acquiring the degrees, education is a lifelong learning venture. So the civil service has put in place a continuous learning framework for everybody, because you cannot give what you don't have. And this was also echoed by Mark Chen, that we cannot allow our schooling to interfere with our education. And so we are aligning these performance with national development priorities, and we are also enhancing continuous learning across the various sectors so that people can deliver, because enthusiasm alone does not grow cassava. You understand? You have to have the know-how to be able to grow cassava. So the theme, ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's evaluation journey, progress, challenges, and the way forward, challenges us to consolidate gains, address resource gaps, for instance, and coordinate the various gaps that we identify, and foster a culture that values evidence and results. Now, as Kofi Annan once reminded us, that knowledge is power, but information is also liberating. Information is a power resource. Sometimes I say that the amount of information about the amount of information an opponent has is an asset. If the opponent knows that you know, it's an asset. If the opponent knows that you still do not know, it's still an asset. You understand? So it's important. Power lies in the knowledge. So the office, my office, that's the office of the head of the civil service, remains committed to deepening performance management and result-oriented service delivery through collaborative effort with institutions like the NDPC, the GMEF, the DIH, and other development partners, because we think that is a synergy that will bring development. We need to synergize. We must also harness emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, to enhance real-time monitoring and decision-making. Our citizens have become very sophisticated. We live in a VUCA world. A VUCA world simply means the world is very volatile, the world is very uncertain, the world is very complex and full of ambiguities. That's the VUCA world. The citizens have become very sophisticated, and we need to innovate. That is the only way we can be much more efficient and actually meet them at the point of their need. So this launch is not merely a ceremonial event. It is a statement of intent to entrench a culture of accountability and evidence-based decision-making for effective service delivery. Let us therefore unite with vision, with action, evidence with impact, and together strengthen the foundation of good governance in Ghana, because that is what would yield the dividend for our people. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. May God bless us all and make our homeland Ghana great and strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans Agridaku. We'll now take, is Dr. Miche ready online? We'll take the special remarks from Mr. Stephen Ampim Daku from the NDPC. Let's clap as he comes. While we ready the Zoom.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think today is the days of Daku. I'm also Daku, so let me also use the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm tapping in, and therefore, I'm not here today on behalf of NDPC. Let me make it clear before, so that the content of my message will not, take some of you wondering. I'm here as representing Twende Mbele. The commission actually serves as a member of the technical team, and also a member of the management team. So I'm a member of the management team. We have our colleagues already online. They should have been here with us. They had a delay with the flight. So hopefully tomorrow, most of the secretariat will be here. Most of the members of the secretariat will be here to join us. So I'll share what Twende Mbele will have for you. The content is actually, as I said, will be in a form of South African tone. So please pardon me if the words are not familiar with you. So good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues from government, academia, DP, civil society, our partners, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. It is both a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you today in Accra for this historic inaugural Ghana evaluation. Let me begin stating a heartful medasi. You see, I've pronounced it very well because I'm a Ghanaian. I wonder how they would have done. To the government of Ghana and the entire evaluation community for the kind invitation for hosting us in this beautiful country. The purpose of this gathering, culture, through dialogue, knowledge sharing, and networking. This is not just commendable, it is an absolute essential. This resonates deeply with the very reason Twende Mbele exists. For those who are not familiar with Twende Mbele, it's a peer learning partnership of African government. The members countries that make up Twende Mbele include South Africa, Ghana, Uganda, Benin, Kenya, and Niger, with 4 other countries to join by March 2026. Our name, Twende Mbele, is a Swahili phrase meaning, let's go forward together, and that is precisely what we do. And that is why we are also here to go forward with you. We move forward together by focusing on how M&E can be used as a tool to improve service delivery, ultimately the lives of our citizens. We believe that the answers to our most pressing development challenges are not always found in distant capitals, but often in the shared experience and innovations of our neighboring countries. As I reviewed the objectives of this evaluation week, I was struck by how perfectly they mirror our daily work at Twende Mbele. 1. On raising awareness and promoting knowledge. In Twende Mbele partnership, we have seen how peer-to-peer learning breaks down learning barriers. When a government official from Uganda shares a success in evaluating a social program with a colleague from Ghana, it does more than just transfer of knowledge. It builds confidence and also creates demand for similar evidence at home. We are committed to bring a conduit for these African-driven solutions and innovation. 2, improving the knowledge and skills of practitioners. And 3, strengthening the M&E networks. This is the heart of Twende Mbele. In this room, we have policymakers, academians, NGOs, students, and media, and even our development partners. This is the ecosystem that makes evaluation matter. Strong, interconnected network ensure that evaluation evidence does sit on the shelf, but find its way in the hands of policymakers to make informed decisions, or even in the hands of civil society organizations advocate for change. We have learned a powerful lesson across our partnership. Evaluation is not an external imposition. It is an internal compass. It is the compass that guides our government to spend public funds more effectively, to scale up what works and what the courage to change courses on what doesn't. So as we begin this week, I want to leave you with a simple but powerful idea. You are not alone in this journey. The challenges you face in institutionalizing M&E in Ghana are challenges we see and are tracking together as Africa. The innovation you develop here have potential to inspire a colleague in Benin or a policymaker in Kenya. Let's ask this week not only to learn from internal experts, but crucially to learn from each other. Ladies and gentlemen, let us also forge connections that will last longer after this week is over. Twende Mbele is your partner in this. We are committed to working with this part with you to share knowledge and to learn from Ghana's remarkable journey. I am excited for the rich discussions ahead. Let's make this week a turning point for evaluation in Ghana. God bless Ghana, her people, and the land. Thank you, and may that sepa papa.
Thank you very much. Yes. Is Dr. Michel Odrago ready now? Hello, technical team. Is he ready? Okay, if not, then we go to Mr. Osama Makawi Kugali, the UNICEF rep in Ghana. Let's appreciate him as he comes, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ralph. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on the existing established protocols. And I would like to bid you a very good morning. It's a pleasure to join you today for the launch of the first Ghana Evaluation Week, a milestone event that celebrates Ghana's remarkable journey in strengthening monitoring and evaluation systems. UNICEF is honored to collaborate with Development Insight Hub, the National Development Planning Commission, and the Ghana Monitoring and Evaluation Forum to make this event possible. Together, we reaffirm our collective commitment to evidence-based development, accountability, and inclusive progress for every child and every citizen. Ghana has made significant progress in institutionalizing monitoring and evaluation over the years. Through the collaborative efforts of government institutions, development partners, and organizations such as UNICEF, we've managed to build systems to generate, analyze, and use data for effective decision-making. Notably, the Ghana Statistical Service, with the support from UNICEF, has successfully conducted 7 rounds of the multiple indicator cluster survey, producing internationally comparable data on health, education, child protection, water and sanitation, and HIV/AIDS. The results has informed national policies and programs, including the National Medium-Term Development Policy Framework, and contributed to the Sustainable Development Goals reporting, ensuring that progress is tracked, interventions are effective, and no one is left behind. Despite this progress, challenges persist. Limited funding, inadequate coordination, insufficient collaboration, and human resources availability and capacity often constrain the scope and quality of monitoring and evaluation activities. Effective monitoring and evaluation also require a strong partnership across government institutions, civil society organizations, academia, and development partners. In this context, a forum such as this is critical to bring sector together to advance the use of data in Ghana. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, in today's world, where fiscal space for international development cooperation is shrinking, the efficiency agenda cannot be more emphasized, and particularly in setting priorities, allocating and utilizing resources, and development of smart and effective policies and national plans. As we reflect on Ghana's evaluation journey, the path ahead of us is clear. Our choices are obvious, and the opportunities are available. I would urge everyone in this room to strengthen our collaboration and broaden our partnership, particularly with the private sector and civil society. We need to invest more in our human resources and improve our technical capacities. It is also imperative for us to harness the power of technology to build monitoring and evaluation systems that are fit for the 21st century. Building the national monitoring and evaluation policy, building on the national monitoring and evaluation policy. I would also urge that we establish a comprehensive national monitoring and evaluation framework to guide the country's efforts. As Kofi Annan famously said, without good data, we're flying blind. If you can't see it, you can't solve it. Evidence-based decision-making is a culture, and our job is to promote it. It must be the norm and not the exception to use data and evidence for every decision we take or investment we make. Such a culture will also strengthen the national accountability frameworks for all, be it for technocrats, civil society, private sector, or politicians. Ladies and gentlemen, before I return to my seat, I would like to celebrate our progress, acknowledge our challenges, and renew our commitment to evidence-driven action. You can count on UNICEF's collaboration to build a future where data is not just collected but used. Used to inform, used to improve, and used to transform lives. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osama Makawi Kugali. Thank you. We would like to take a picture before you return to your seats. And so if you could please stand, and then they'll take a picture of you before. Then we'll give you a resounding round of applause for the wonderful work you've done. So yes, photographers, please. Yeah. Yeah. Great. All right. Yes, yes.
Your Excellency, distinguished representatives of the government of Ghana, Madam President.
Yeah. Great. Oh yes, please hold on. Let's call Dr. Emily Mapambo She's the UNFPA deputy representative, to also join them. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Boache, please also join them. Okay. Yeah. Let's take this nice photo. This is the pre-official photo shoot outside. Okay. So yeah, it's important. Yeah. Yes, and yeah, great. You see, when M&E specialists meet, they even evaluate how to take photos, right? They evaluate how to, yeah. Great. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them once again as they take their seats. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Let's clap for them once again. Yeah. So I'm told the La Palm Royal Beach Hotel is sponsoring this event, and they have a Wheel of Fortune outside. And whatever is on the Wheel of Fortune is available for the taking. So please feel free to go and participate in that, moving that Wheel of Fortune, spinning it around. And if you get a pizza, evaluate the taste and let us have some to eat. All right. So we'll have opening remarks and session framing by Mr. Kwabna Ejay Boache, the founder for Development Insights Hub. Did he just walk out? Oh, great. He's here. Yeah. Yeah. Great. All right. He's asking permission to delay his speech. All right. So we'll take Dr. Miche Wadrago. He had a pre-recorded video, so let's take that now.
Your Excellency, distinguished representative of the government of Ghana, Madam President of the Ghana Monitoring and Evaluation Forum, GMF, estimated development partners, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends of the evaluation community. It's with great honor and deep appreciation that I address you today on behalf of African Evaluation Association on the occasion of this National Evaluation Week organized by GMF. Let me first commend Ghana for its exemplary commitment to advancing evaluation. Over the year, Ghana has emerged as a pioneer in institutionalization of evaluation in Africa. Your determination to build a culture of evidence and accountability continue to inspire not only the West African sub-region, but the entire continent. The theme for this week, Ghana's evaluation journey, progress, challenges, and the way forward, strongly resonate with Africa mission. It invites us to reflect on the road traveled, to recognize remarkable progress, and identify remaining challenges as we chart together the path toward the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has achieved significant milestones, including the establishment of National Monitoring and Evaluation Framework integrated to the National Development Planning process, the strengthening of institutional and professional capacities in evaluation, and the promotion of the continuous dialogue among government, technical partners, and civil society. This achievement clearly reflects a political will to make evaluation a central pillar of good governance and policy effectiveness. In many African countries, some challenges remaining in the evaluation area, such as ensuring sustainable financing for evaluation activities, improving coordination among key actors, and importantly, enhancing the use of evaluation findings in policy decision-making. This is precisely where Africa finds its purpose, by serving as a Pan-African platform for knowledge exchange, mutual learning, and the promotion of professional standards in evaluation. Distinguished guests, our continent needs evaluation that are credible, inclusive, and useful. Evaluation must serve as a tool for social dialogue, transparency, and sustainable development. That is why Africa continues to support countries through their national evaluation networks by promoting the evaluation standard and guidelines rooted in Africa, build the capacity of young and emerging evaluators as well as national institutions, creating space for dialogue such as our African Evaluation Conference, where African voices are heard, valued, and celebrated. As an African proverb wisely remained as, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. It is by working together, government, practitioners, partners, and citizens, that we will build a strong, shared, and sustainable culture of evaluation across our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, we must continue to strengthen South-South cooperation, promote the use of local data and participatory approach, and integrate African value and knowledge system into our evaluation practice to bring to life the vision of Sule Gariba, our former president. Ghana, with its experience and leadership, has a vital role to play in this continental movement. Your journey continues to inspire us and illuminate the path toward an evaluation culture deeply rooted in African realities, one that serves citizens and drives developments. I wish to take the opportunity to express Africa's sincere appreciation to GMF for its leadership in promoting an evaluation culture in Ghana, and congratulate the government of Ghana and development partners for their continued commitment to learning and continuous improvement. I'm also delighted to announce the first edition of the African School of Evaluation to be held from 24 to 28 November this year at the University of Ghana. May the discussion and exchange during this National Evaluation Week strengthen our conviction, enrich our practice, and bring us closer to the vision of an Africa transformed through evidence, accountability, and evaluation. May God bless Ghana. May God bless you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And please let him know that we applauded him. Okay. Yeah, so he doesn't feel like he's left out. Let me now welcome Mr. Kwabna Ejay Boakye to give us the opening remarks and session framing. He's the founder, Development Insights Hub.
Good morning. I'll stand on the previous protocols in order to save time. It's exciting to be here this morning. You see, if you have a tripod, 3 legs, we already have systems in the public sector, in the civil society working, but there's one of the legs missing. It's always been a worry for me, even when I was outside the country. So coming back together with the day, other colleagues, we said, okay, we need a common, trusted, and sustainable space where we can come and honestly talk about results. Where academia, the media, the public sector, the non-governmental organizations, everybody can come and we triangulate and put our ideas together in order to forge ahead the development of the country. So the reason for Ghana Evaluation Week is primarily to ensure that we create a sustainable, inclusive, I like using the word trust because it's extremely important. A lot of institutions are doing a lot of things in Ghana, but they are in silos. We believe that we all have to come together so that we put the pieces of the puzzle together so that we have a common understanding. We have a lot of things going to happen today and tomorrow. But for the years ahead, we see this forum as a permanent forum that is going to grow from next year, because this year, as they did say, is just a tip of the iceberg. We just want to trigger a discussion in the system so that next year we have a more extensive and more detailed discussion, and we zoom in on other things that are relevant for evaluation. So my remarks is that you are all welcome. We are excited to see all of you. We value all of you, and our hope is that this discussion will not only stay in Accra, but will get down to the decentralized level. That is where action actually happens, so that people in our communities can have a space to bring their ideas to bear on development. So let me not take too much time. Thank you once again, MC, I give it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. J. Boachi. Permit me to acknowledge the following people: Mr. Carlos Akligo, the Executive Director, African Evaluation Association; Ms. Thelma Ohinie Siama, Director, General Administration, Public Sector Reform Secretariat; Mr. Elvis Fraser, Founder, Sankofa Consulting; Mr. Eric Insako, past Head of Engineering at Stanbic Bank, and also the CEO of Street Streams Limited. We've come to the point where we hear the keynote address and then have the official launch of the Ghana Evaluation Week. The theme for the keynote address is Evaluation as a Driver of Fiscal and Development Accountability. To do this, we have Professor Robert Dakun Osei, the Director of ISE. Let's welcome him as he... Please keep clapping until he gets here, okay? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's keep it going, yeah. The slower you clap, the slower he will walk, so...
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I think we will all continue the trend. The trend being that we are all going to stand on existing protocol. And since the existing protocol was established on this podium, and I'm behind the podium, I'm also standing on existing protocol. You know, when, Mr. Chair, when my good friend, the head of civil service, was speaking, he said something which was very instructive. He said that learning will never stop. In fact, it should never stop. And not long after saying that, he then went on to say that enthusiasm alone does not grow cassava. So I have learned something. I don't know about you. All right. Thank you very much. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me in the first place. I think that's where the thanks end. But inviting me to be a keynote, as for that one, Kwabena, I would pay you back. But it's well. Thank you so much. You know, when I got the invite and I saw the topic he had given to me, I said to myself, this is definitely a trick, because it's on a subject that for us at ISA is very close to our hearts, right? We've been doing the State of the Ghanaian Economy report from early 90s, and we do it every year without fail. And we are going to launch it next week. And now you give me a topic which essentially asks me to share reflections on how evaluation can help drive fiscal accountability and development. It's certainly a very important issue, particularly for all of those who have, and indeed I'm probably preaching to the choir, all of those here, right? And so typically in our work as evaluators, we would like to answer certain questions. The typical ones are relevance, right? Whether the questions we are asking in respect of a project is the right question. Effectiveness. Did the project or program hit the target in terms of the objectives? Of course, then the other typical one is efficiency. Increasingly now we talk about impact. But when the discussions on impact started, then we started reflecting also on the discourse on correlation versus causation. So when you see two things happen together, it doesn't necessarily mean that one causes the other. Okay? And so evaluation now goes the extra length to try and then establish attribution, which is critical. And then also we have begun asking ourselves the question that borders on external validity. Okay, so I do an evaluation of a particular program. Is that true of the whole? Okay, so if I built a borehole in a village and that I evaluate and then find that it has led to increasing school attendance, does it necessarily mean that if I build a borehole in every nook and cranny of the country, it's going to result in the same outcomes? So external validity questions are also asked in terms of evaluation. And now we have gone even a step further and then began to ask ourselves a very interesting question. Of course, we cannot continue to do programs over and over and over again, right? So I want to do cash transfers. Now, if I am doing cash transfers for a group of participants, I need to be interested to know whether the cash transfers, which is a consumption smoothing policy, can go further so that they can then begin to cater for themselves. Indeed, then you can then begin to ask yourself the question about whether the cash transfers alone is enough in terms of some of these social grants programs. So these are evaluation questions that come to mind and for which we all will try and then ask and answer questions on. But we also know that evaluation is critical. I won't say important. I said it's critical for development. So we've heard the speakers who came earlier talk about ability. Okay? And for all of us who are interested and listen to news occasionally, you hear about the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament interrogating the Auditor General's reports. So accountability is important. I think one of the speakers, I've forgotten which one, also spoke about the issue of transparency and trust, right? So evaluation can help build trust among stakeholders. And remember that for any program or project, getting all stakeholders to buy in is important in terms of the success of or otherwise of that program. So again, you can think about the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI. We are used to the acronyms, right? Which essentially provides a basis for us interrogating how our natural resource rents are being used. Of course, even that there is a limit to the extent to which you can ask those questions. Because ultimately, if it goes into the central budget, then as to whether the natural minerals resource is being used effectively for development, in order to answer that question, you need to drill down in terms of what the implied prioritization implicit in your budgets are. Okay? But increasingly, and again, this was alluded to by one of the speakers, and maybe one of the things which I sometimes say we haven't done an awful lot of is use evidence based on evaluations to inform decision making. It can be done in terms of the prioritization, right? So that every facet of our economy is a priority in Ghana. Not even in Ghana, in Africa, right? Whether it's roads, health, which one is not a priority? And if you go to the roads, again, all roads are priorities. Accra, Kumasi, Accra, Winneba, Accra, Tamale, Accra, which one? Kumasi, Techiman, all of them. How then do you decide how to prioritize? Because note that when we started Economics 101, basic problem in economics, we have unlimited wants, but limited resources. And so, making decisions about how to prioritize those wants is what is required. Otherwise, everybody can be a policymaker, right? If we have unlimited resources, then even I can be a policymaker, right? So decision making is important. Also, one thing which increasingly has been emphasized in the M&E discourse is learning, right? First, we used to think of M&E as a policing mechanism. But inherent is that in that is the fact that it helps us answer the questions of what works, what does not work, and importantly for what does not work, why it does not work. Okay? So I know that when I started getting crazy on impact evaluations and the first few exciting things that we were doing, we weren't finding impact. And that can be your worst nightmare because you know the founder wants to see impact, particularly if they've thrown a lot of millions of dollars into the program. But you are not finding impact. And of course, you cannot make impact up. The data will give you up, right? But our engagement with some mentors pointed us to the fact that we needed to reflect on the whys. So it is not just about, for those of us who are crazy about data, getting the data and then running all the sophisticated regressions and statistics. Because if you run them and they don't give you the output that you expected vis-a-vis the program objectives, you need to then begin to ask yourself the question, why is it not working? The why is it not working may be the answer. Okay, and indeed we increasingly are valuing that. But for development, it is very important. Remember that if you look at the history of official development assistance to Ghana, to Africa, it's been consistently flowing until probably when it started dipping from the early 2000s, right? Because we said we had become indebted, highly indebted. And so we got debt relief. And after debt relief, what happened? Okay, we went to the other sources, private capital. Now we started haircuts. So now we have to rethink how we finance our development. Remember, still our fiscal blues persist. And what are these fiscal blues? Very limited fiscal space. Again, I think our colleague from UNICEF made mention of that. But we have huge development aspirations. And therefore, there is a mismatch in respect of the development aspirations that we have as against our fiscal space. Now, our fiscal space is limited also because of some of the inherent structural challenges that our fiscal faces. Right? So if you look at government budgets, there is a lot of rigidities in the budget. And so, if you want to do any adjustment, I think it's Michael who said that the adjustment is in the M&E budget. The first place to adjust is actually the capital expenditures, CAPEX. And then, once they start looking at the discretionary part of things, then M&E budget will come in. Okay. But the challenge with compromising on CAPEX is that in itself is shooting yourself in the foot. Because once you limit your capital expenditures, it means that you are constrained in terms of your future growth. And if you are constrained in terms of your future growth, you are constrained in terms of employment. And so again, you find yourself in that underdevelopment cycle. Okay? So you have limited fiscal space. You have unending development aspirations. What does that mean? Indeed, if you look at the fiscal space of countries such as Ghana, you'd realize that from a revenue point, yes, we'll continue to beat at revenue. But the potential of revenue to create the space that we need, which can then result in increasing or meeting a lot more of our development aspirations, are quite limited. Some of us see the potential from expenditure prioritization or spending efficiency. And that may have two arms in my mind. One arm being able to prioritize which of the things on your bucket list you can actually fund or you should fund if your objective is about growth and poverty reduction. But the other arm, of course, has to do with that C word, which I'm not going to use. But I'll choose to call it value for money procurement. Right? If we are funding a road that costs 10 Ghana cedis, is it really 10 Ghana cedis that we require to fund that road? Again, I have no clue what that answer to that question is. But this is not just, in terms of the fiscal blues, it's not just an issue at the macro level. It's also an issue at the local governance levels. And so, again, District Assembly, DACF is never enough, right? It's never enough for any district. I don't know any district that will tell you that their DACF is adequate. But they also have the challenge of leading development from bottom up. And so these fiscal challenges persist in our country today. And like I said, we have a very, very limited fiscal space. So what can evaluation do for us? Or what has evaluation done for us over the years? Of course, I made mention of the Auditor General's reports and what it is used for. It's essentially to help provide transparency and accountability. Right? And again, there are numerous examples from the Auditor General's reports which point to where we could have saved money. Okay? Of course, I think where evaluation can help is to be able to point these out so that we act in a proactive way rather than in a reactive manner. The state of the Ghanaian economy report that ISA produces, of course I'm using ISA because I'm coming from ISA. So I know there are other reports out there, okay? But it's all about more transparency and accountability within the governance system, particularly in respect of our physicals. Understanding why we are having slippages, okay? How realistic are the projections that we make? So it's both ex-ante evaluation as well as ex-post in the fiscal governance. Okay, so you take the budget committee of parliament, the medium-term expenditure framework, and the targets that are in the medium-term expenditure framework is overseen by the budget committee. And that is an evaluation. And so, of course, if Parliament is equipped with the capacity, Parliament is able to question appropriately whether indeed we are doing value for money procurement, whether we are doing proper prioritization, okay, whether we are giving the right tax waivers. That is an evaluation. And that helps in terms of not just governance, but also feeds into accountability and transparency. But also, and I think over the last few days I've heard people make comments on the extended credit facility that we got from the IMF and the fact that it hasn't helped our economy, and it's all nice. It's all nice because what we are doing is an analysis of correlations. And it's not always same as evaluation. In my mind, I see and please, I'm not saying the IMF, going to the IMF is a good thing. I'm just reflecting on fiscal governance and the fact that our relationship with the IMF and the triggers that are set for us is a way that ensures that we improve our fiscal governance. Okay? Remember that if we didn't have Big Brother, what would have happened to our fiscals? Again, it's an open question and I don't intend to. I'm not in a position to answer. What we did by introducing the Fiscal Council was to try and then mimic some of the evaluation role that IMF plays in our fiscal governance, right? So that we could provide some oversight on our public finances so that we could improve on transparency and essentially assure ourselves that we remain disciplined from a fiscal point. Unfortunately, the first Fiscal Council didn't have bites. So I'm told. I would never know these things. But also in terms of improving fiscals from an evaluation point, I think one of the things that there is evidence of having done some, I think we could have done better. Prioritizing spending decisions. Okay? So, indeed, I think that more often than not, where roads are funded by donors, there is always an ex-ante evaluation that is done, right? So, economic benefit, cost-benefit analysis of the road, and that then informs the prioritization. In my mind, these cost-benefit analysis, or whatever you want to call them, can be extended to many other areas of our policy engagements. So indeed, the major programs that we've benefited from the MCC, I believe there are two of them, right? Just two. For both of them, you do both an ex-ante evaluation as well as an ex-post. Ex-ante so that you convince everybody that the program can actually result in growth and poverty reduction. Ex-post so that you are able to say, did it work, did it not work, and why did it work or not work. The LEAP program, Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program, again, both ex-ante as well as ex-post. But also, the evaluations that have been done have been used to then learn and improve on the LEAP program. For those of you who don't know, I believe that LEAP, now everybody knows what LEAP is, right? Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, social grants program. But even for global policy making, remember that for social grants generally, when the wave of increasing social grants started in Africa, of course it had already started in Latin America, and there had been a lot of very interesting evaluations that had been done. But when it started in Africa, it was essentially just doing cash transfers, right? All right. Are you going to put people on cash transfers for the rest of their lives? Indeed, in the design of the Ghana LEAP, it's why it was called LEAP. Of course, the acronym was Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty. However, the other reason why the LEAP was so attractive was that it was supposed to help people leap out of poverty. Question: have we seen the LEAP? Evaluations across Africa show that the evidence isn't so strong when you just take the cash transfers. And so, again, some evaluators thought, and they were thinking about external validity, because context does matter. So let us use a livelihoods approach, where it is not just about giving people cash, but also giving them assets, productive assets, training them, encouraging them to save, health. So a number of different things which was supposed to help. And generally, two interesting results were found. First, it impacted positively on incomes of extremely poor households. And this was in 6 countries. Extremely poor households, where their incomes were impacted positively. And for me, the other result was even more interesting and instructive. It was sustainable. 1 year after they stopped the transfers, the income, and this was RCTs, so if you like, your gold standards in 6 countries across the world. 1 year after they stopped the programs, there was persistence in terms of income. So that in itself signaled that the extremely poor households were graduating out of poverty. Because note that you had curtailed the program, but you still could find incomes of these extremely poor households that were significantly higher than the control households. So, and I know that I was told not to talk too much. The challenge of putting a teacher, giving a mic to a teacher who hopes to, I didn't say I'm a pastor, but I hope to be a pastor in the future, to speak on a subject that is as interesting as this is always dangerous. But let me conclude by just summarizing my thoughts in respect of the topic. The structural physical challenges, what I am calling the fiscal blues, will not go away anytime soon. Admittedly, we've seen significant fiscal improvements in this year. However, the underlying structure still remains fragile. And so, God forbid, if there is any adverse shock, we will be impacted, and we will be impacted hard. So, in other words, there is still more work for us to do. Of course, like I mentioned, we still have very limited fiscal space. And as for the expenditure pressures, plenty. Right? Yesterday, on social media, people were logged on the Kumasi Road, and they started the discussion about why we don't dualize the road. Of course, this morning on City FM, they were talking about the Winneba one as well. So the fiscal pressures or the expenditure pressures are huge. But like I mentioned, creating fiscal space requires improving the efficiency of spending. And that could then positively translate into economic growth if we tackle the efficiency of spending properly, i.e. prioritize how we spend and make sure that we are getting value for money. Evaluation and all the work that all of us sitting here do can help make that happen. However, where we do evaluations and we hide it under the table, usually it was the universities who were accused of hiding our research. These days we talk about our research, right? But for all of us, for the evaluation studies that we are doing, it is important that we bring it to light. Because remember that you may be in an education sector, somebody else may be in a health sector. The challenges associated with the program implementation can be shared, and the other person can learn from it. The approaches that we use, definitely we can learn from each other. Okay? And even more exciting is the evidence to action conferences that we are doing on a yearly basis now. Okay? Again, this is something that I, in my heart of hearts, would want to be seeing a lot more evaluation experts being involved. I know some of you have been involved with the International Center for Evaluation and Development. Okay? In the past, they were rotating it around Africa. Now they've settled in Ghana. So for those of us here, we have no excuse. But from both an ex-ante and ex-post perspective, I think that evaluation has a lot to offer in terms of our fiscal development and accountability. On that note, I would like to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let's clap for him one more time. Indeed, some of the things that we can glean from his presentation include prioritizing spending and ensuring value for money. Prof, I wonder the C word that you didn't want to mention. You said C word. I have an idea, but I'll mention it. Yeah, so Prof, thank you very much. Also, some other things that he said, which I think are very important, are the fact that an analysis of correlation isn't the same as evaluation. And we need to have that in mind, especially researchers in the room. And sound M&E implies acting in a proactive way instead of being reactive. And one of the others that I find really insightful is that use of evidence-based evaluation for informed decision-making. I have a story. If you want to hear it, I'll tell you. Do you want to hear it? Okay, good. All right. My director said yes, so I'll tell you. All right, so a group of people decided to sink a borehole in a community because they thought there are some people in the community who have to walk long distances to the stream to fetch water. So they sank the borehole, but noticed that the main people they wanted to help were not using the borehole. They will still trek long distances to the stream and go and fetch water. And I know you know the reason, right? You don't? All right. So trekking to the stream was also an opportunity for them to catch up, especially the ladies in the house, who usually throughout the day may not go anywhere. So it was a time to, talk about all the gist in the community and all the fancy things that are going on. And here comes a rich person who decides, oh, you are walking too long, let me sink a borehole for you. It is important for us to have evidence-based projects. And then from that, we can have what Prof is calling evidence-based evaluations of those projects so that they would have meaning for the people for whom those projects are for. Thank you so much, Professor Robert Darkonseh, for your keynote address. We are now going to have the official launch of the Ghana Evaluation Week. To do this, we would have, initially we're going to have 2 speakers, but now we'll have 1. And then she will be supported by our keynote speaker when it comes to launching the week. Help me welcome Dr. Emily Mapambo, the UNFPA Deputy Representative. And this morning, she's representing the UN Resident Coordinator. Let's welcome her with a resounding round of applause. As usual, the slower your clap, the slower she'll walk. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, our MC. I was not happy because you've butchered my name. He said I'm Emily Nampambo. Is that what you said? No, it's Emily Napambo. Yeah, I know it's a mouthful. So where I come from, P and H together, they are pa. So it's Napambo. Yes, thank you so much for that. I will have to stand on existing protocols. But there was one time I was challenged whether standing on existing protocols is a Ghanaian thing or it's a Nigerian thing. I'll leave that to you, but allow me to stand on those for the meantime. Now, like I've been introduced, I'll be making the remarks on behalf of Mr. Zia Chaudhry, and I'll give you 30 seconds to Google him, because as I speak, you may have to imagine that it is him delivering the remarks. Okay. I bring you warm greetings from the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Mr. Zia Chaudhry, who had all the intentions of being here today, but unfortunately could not make it. He is engaged in another key event, and as such, he asked me to deliver these remarks on his behalf. Now, it is very difficult to speak after a Dako. I was asking my sister there whether I should be a Dakar. But it is really a great honor to join you today for the official launch of Ghana's Evaluation Week. Today's event is a landmark moment in Ghana's journey towards strengthening evidence-based governance, accountability, and inclusive development. Let me begin by congratulating the government of Ghana, specifically the National Development Planning Commission, the Ghana Monitoring and Evaluation Forum, and all other partners for their leadership in organizing this inaugural Evaluation Week. I am confident that this event of this nature would go a long way in 5 specific ways. First, it will assist the government and development partners in identifying what works, what doesn't, and why, thereby leading to better outcomes. Secondly, it will encourage government institutions to focus on results and not just activities. And thirdly, it will promote a national culture of planning and budgeting. And last but not least, it will enhance the use of monitoring and evaluation data to inform policy and program adjustments. That being the case, I would like to assure you that the United Nations at large, and more precisely here in Ghana, is perfectly aligned with these aspirations. I would like to specifically commend UNICEF and other agencies from the UN family for supporting the initiative, but also for participating in this event. The theme, Ghana's Evaluation Journey, Progress, Challenges, and the Way Forward, could not be more timely or relevant. As the previous speakers have also observed, we are at a pivotal moment in Ghana's national development, where the production, use, and enhancement of data have become critical drivers of progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to underscore a fundamental linkage. There is a powerful and inseparable link between monitoring and evaluation and data. Monitoring and evaluation is not a mere technical exercise. As we've heard from other speakers, it is also a strategic tool that relies heavily on data. It relies on data to assess the performance, effectiveness, but also impact of our policies, programs, and projects. The need for credible data can therefore not be overemphasized. If data is not collected, progress cannot be measured. If data is not credible, we cannot accurately monitor progress. If data is not analyzed, learning cannot occur. And if data is not used, improvements cannot happen. There is therefore the need for Ghana's monitoring and evaluation practitioners to work collaboratively with data producers to strengthen Ghana's national data system and invest in robust M&D frameworks, as this is essential for shaping the future we envision for this country. For the UN, monitoring and evaluation is a tool for transformation. Through the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for Ghana, which is running until this year from 2023, UN agencies are working closely with national institutions to promote data-driven policymaking, inclusive planning, and results-based management. Several UN agencies, including the United Nations Population Fund and UNICEF, are actively supporting Ghana in strengthening its national monitoring and evaluation system and data infrastructure. And because I come from UNFPA, I'll take advantage of this platform to share that we are currently co-chairing with the Embassy of Denmark the Development Partners Data Group that supports GSS, the Ghana Statistical Service, where coherence of data systems is a central tenet. Ghana is making commendable strides in strengthening its monitoring and evaluation systems. This is very visible through the adoption of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Policy that is yet to be tabled, but also embedding monitoring and evaluation in its decentralized planning systems. Additionally, Ghana, through the leadership of the Ghana Statistics Service, is making enviable progress in strengthening the national data systems that's building a data ecosystem that is robust, inclusive, and responsive. However, there is always room for improvement and learning. Data quality and harmonization are improved. Capacity gaps in both collection and utilization, especially at the district level, can be enhanced. And as you can imagine, building public trust in data systems, promoting a culture of evaluation and learning requires continued efforts. The way forward is clear. 1, we need to strengthen coordination among stakeholders to leverage resources, but also build synergies. Secondly, we need to invest in capacity building to improve the quality of data we collect, improve the application of its usage, and learn how to leverage technology to improve the data ecosystem. Third, we need to promote transparency, protect data privacy, but also engage citizens in the evaluation process. It is my hope, and when I say it is my hope, it is the hope of Mr. Zio Chaudhry, which I can also hope for now since I'm here, that this inaugural event and its institutionalization will catalyze a national shift towards more coherent, inclusive, and results-driven monitoring and evaluation practices across all levels in Ghana, and ultimately improve policy effectiveness and development outcomes. Let me close by reaffirming the United Nations' unwavering support to Ghana's evaluation journey. Together, we can build a resilient M&D ecosystem that leaves no one behind and drives sustainable development for all. Medasi pa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's clap for her one more time. And I'm sure you're waiting for me to mention your name again, isn't it? All right. So it's Dr. Emily Napambo. Did I do well? Great. All right. So, all right. Thank you for taking your seat, but you will come back right up again. And you are coming with the keynote speaker, Professor Robert Dakwose, to do the official launch of the Ghana Evaluation Week. So please let us know what they will do. They'll give a speech about it? Okay. They know already, right? All right, great. All right, so let's welcome both of them. They are conferring, so yeah. Good. All right. Let's clap for them as they come. It's an opportunity to mention their names again, and this time to get it right. Professor Robert Dakwose, and then Dr. Emily Napambo. Yeah, great. I got it right, didn't I? Great, great. Now I'm a pro. Great.
Thank you so much. I don't know how the protocols would be because there was supposed to be a torch, and someone forgot to bring the torch. No, but on a serious note, I think it was deemed necessary that the torch will be brought next year when there will be a far bigger event than this. So maybe I'll say what Mr. Zia wanted to say as he was receiving the torch, but I'll tell him that the torch was not there. But still, I have to say what he had asked me to say on his behalf. So on behalf of the United Nations Resident Coordinator, receive this imaginary torch. This is the Eval torch, a symbol of a call to action to unite all those who matter in promoting the advancement of monitoring and evaluation practices across all levels of Ghana. With this imaginary torch, we call for transformative evaluation, innovation, inclusion, and stakeholder engagement to promote impactful, inclusive, and sustainable evaluation practices that will ultimately improve policy effectiveness and development outcomes in Ghana. On this note, I hand over the torch to you.
I hope you can all see the light. So I want to also just re-echo the words, not re-echo, support the words of the UN resident rep, but on behalf of the head of civil service, declare the Ghana Evaluation Week duly launched. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud them as they take their seats. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm told reliably that the torch has been hindered by customs from getting here. It's a fact. Yeah, it's a fact. Yeah. So it wasn't cleared, I'm told. Yeah. Yeah, but it will be cleared and brought the next time. Yes. So that at least we wouldn't have an imaginary torch this time around, next time around. Thank you all very much. We'll take a break for a group picture, and then we'll have some tea break. Because of our constrained time, we'll limit this to about 10 to 15 minutes of tea break. Don't forget, when you get out there, there is the La Palme Wheel of Fortune for you to spin and get some goodies. So thank you all very much. When we get back, we'll be in the able hands of Dr. Kobina T. Hansen. If he's here, he will be moderating the next session. Thank you so much for your cooperation. It's been wonderful being with you this morning. Great. All right. Thank you all very much and enjoy your break. Photographers, if we may know where you want us to stand for some pictures, it would be nice.
Hello, T.
So please, let's head out for the pictures. Pictures are outside, please. Our 15 minutes has shortened to 10 minutes already.
Hello, T. Hello, T. 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 T.
Hello. Welcome back from the tea break. This is the first plenary, and we're continuing with our program, Ghana's Evaluation Journey, Building a Resilient National M&E System for Inclusive Development. And I'm privileged to welcome our August panelists who will be with us to, as it were, to dissect this topic. So allow me to call on them, and like the observation goes, when they come on stage, then we acknowledge them with an applause. Mr. William Dochi Asari, Head of NME Division, NDPC, are you here? Thank you. Kindly make your way to the stage. Thank you. While he comes, he will be joined by Professor Charles Amwate, Director, Development Impact, West Africa. And then our own Mrs. Dede Beduado, Ghana M&E Forum. Is she here with us? Yes. Thank you. And of course, we have Mr. Nirav Shah, Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation Manager of UNICEF. I think we're still waiting for Mrs. Beduado. I think she'll join us in a jiffy. We welcome the gentlemen while we are waiting for Mrs. Beduado to join us in this all-important deliberation. While we wait for her, I'll take advantage and introduce myself. My name is Richard Lai, a member of the Innovative Insights Group. We are an all-African consultancy steeped in monitoring and evaluation, knowledge management, and also for capacity building. We are privileged to moderate this session. I stand in for Dr. Kobna Hansen, who feels I should handle this. Thank you. Welcome, madam. Let's give her a round of applause as she takes her seat. And let's remember that she has facilitated a session already. So thank you, wonderful panelists. We are here to look at our journey, the inclusive development of monitoring and evaluation. And the previous speakers have reminded us, they've made it clear that this whole monitoring and evaluation is not an abstract system. It's one where data is collected, generated at the district level for national insight, and then it becomes technical. These technical insights are given the political backing and the strategic support of the government. And then here we are, development partners, CSOs, citizens who demand accountability, right? So we're here to see how evidence-based decisions translate into our very lives. And again, we thank the panelists for taking their time off to come and share their insights with us. So let me indulge you one more time. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. Indeed, one of the central questions that we'll be asking is, have our data pipelines indeed served our policy intents as we go on in exploring this conversation? One of the first things we'd like to talk about is to find out, would like them to share, throw some light on our M&E architecture. We know it's an intricate process. These are some of the best minds we have on stage, and they will take us through. Thank you very much. So maybe should we start with conventional protocol, where we'll call on ladies first? Or are we in a time of equality where anybody can go? No. I think we'll be conventional. Mrs. Bedoado, thank you very much. In your view, you have been 18 years. I heard you steeped, in looking at all of this. Would you kindly share a little insight to set the ball rolling? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. And is it afternoon? If it is, it's still morning. Okay. It's afternoon. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, so it's been a long journey. I think when I joined GMF, it was actually still under ISE. You see why we have a close relationship with ISE. It first started with ISE. ISE used to host this, I think it was a World Bank sponsored seminar, periodic. I can't remember whether it was monthly, but I just stumbled on it one day and walked in to find out what they were talking about. And it was some topical issue, and they had somebody from the World Bank talking about something related to MNE. And so they hosted those meetings, I think it was monthly or quarterly, for a number of years. And then they decided to hive it off and let it have a life of its own. So our first coordinator was actually Kwabena, and he ran the show. He got GMF registered in 2008. Then he found greener pastures in Zimbabwe and fled. And left the baby in my hands. So I think from 2010, Kwabena handed over to me, and I have been trying to find somebody to take over since then, and it's a struggle. It's been a tough journey in the sense that funding for these kinds of things is not easy. In fact, UNICEF have been an amazing partner because we've had a little support from UNFPA, from UNDP, from the World Bank. Along the way, we've had different kinds of support. But to keep it regular has been a challenge. But I think UNICEF have been the one partner who've been with us all along this journey. Thank you. What we do is we collect some peanuts from our members. When we say what we collect, people look at us like, is that realistic dues? I say, yes, we want to make sure everybody can pay. So it's still just enough to keep our secretariat going. Afreya have also been very good partners. So they host us in one of their rooms, a part of their office at North Legon. So we contribute something small towards the utilities, and then we can use that facility. So that has been helpful. And then we've had interns work with us all of the past years. So first we had Daniel Isel. I think we like Daniel's. So we had Daniel Isel. Isel moved on, and now we have Daniel Kote, and he is gradually also getting set to move on to higher heights, and hopefully we'll get another Daniel. Or maybe this time a Daniela will take over from them. So the secretariat is actually very small. And it's important to say this because sometimes people expect so much of us, but it's just the two of us, and we put in part-time because you can't pay us. Me, I'm a consultant. So as I'm speaking, my voice is coming. So GMF cannot pay. So I have to make sure I work so that I can make some money to make me survive and do this job. Our board members are people from diverse backgrounds. We have someone who's even is he in Sudan? Yes, I think he's in Sudan working with the UN. We have somebody from GIMPA, Prof here, is on our board. They have another board member who will join the next panel. So we have very seasoned, and we have a lecturer from UCC. So we try to cut across the country because we know there are people doing MNE everywhere in this country. I think the only regions we haven't been to yet is it Western, the new regions, 2 of them. We've gone to OT. I think we are just left with 2 regions up north. One of them. So it's just 2 regions we are left with. But otherwise, we've been to all the regions of the country. We've had forums there where we invited people from different parts of across board. So you have CSOs, government, and academia. And we do quite a bit of work with the academic sector as well. And we're excited that we've pushed for the School of Public Health in Legon to do some M&E courses. And we link up with GIMPA to provide some support. UDS, WA, and Tamale have also received some support from us. So we try to keep it across board, try to link up. One of the areas, somebody was asking me that we are missing the private sector, and I said it's true. They are one of the weak sides of our work. But at some point, we had a couple of insurance companies, believe it or not, and then Zoom Lion were also very strong with us at some point. So it's one of the areas we'll need to go back and build on our partnership with the private sector. Data is also something that we recognize as a challenge in the country. So we even had an agreement at some point with GSS to partner on certain things around data quality and so on. We will have to build on that going forward. So for those of you who didn't know what we're about, this has been it. It's been a long, tricky journey sometimes, because sometimes you're calling members, are you coming for a meeting? And then they register, you show up, and there are only 20 people in the room. And it's so expensive. So when we don't call you for physical meetings, it's not because we don't want to see you, but sometimes it proves, a waste of money, and we don't want to do that. So hopefully our AGM should be coming up either late this year or early next year. And I hope this time we'll get some more volunteers to help us in the office. As a country, I think we've come quite a long way. I mean, as I said, now you hardly have any organization that doesn't have an M&E unit or M&E department. It's become so important. I think what we are still grappling with is the skills and the capacity to do a very good job as an
the establishment of NDPC as the institution under the 1992 Constitution with a constitutional mandate for MNE. And from that time, we had the introduction of the Growth and Poverty Reduction Strategy 1 and 2. All of them had official formalization of resource-based management system. And so we started integrating MNE into our development planning since 1992. I think in 2013, we started a formal journey towards institutionalizing MNE through the development of an MNE policy framework. And, GMF and quite a number of other organizations have played a very critical role in that process since 2013. It was in 2019 when we had now a ministry for MNE that we felt the need to really have an MNE policy. Yes, so the then ministry took up that initiative. We went through a lot of processes, engaging with stakeholders to have a formal policy for monitoring and evaluation in Ghana. We went quite far, meeting the economic management team, presenting the content. We have various, validation workshops. In fact, it even got as far as a committee of cabinet where we had the opportunity of presenting. It has been approved because currently it is on the website of NDPC. I think the challenge we have is really utilization. And as we have with many other policies, in Ghana we are very good when it comes to coming up with policies. But I think the real challenge has been how we operationalize this. What really necessitated the development of the policy was a study we conducted somewhere in 2017, where we realized that MNE was heavily underfunded. At the time, only 1% of planning budget went into MNE. So heavily underfunded for data collection, data analysis, and report writing. So we felt that if we have a policy which gave us a clear direction on how funding should be allocated for MNE, that will really help in the institutionalization process. One of the key components of the policy is saying that without an MNE report conducted on any project funded through public funds, you do not qualify for receiving further budgetary allocation. So the Ministry of Finance was going to take MNE reports seriously. We are yet to see, because we feel that NDPC needs to play that leading role, monitoring to see whether all these public funded projects have actually been evaluated, and whether those reports have reached the Ministry of Finance to ensure that they become tools the Ministry of Finance will use to approve or disapprove of budgetary allocation for projects which have been evaluated, but there's no evidence that the findings are informing decisions on those projects. So I think our major constraint is also political. We have not been able to support NDPC sufficiently in carrying out its constitutional mandate. Underfunding of NDPC is a critical issue because they have a mandate to support even capacity building of all these MMDAs and MDAs as far as MNE is concerned. They also need internal capacity building in terms of staff with capacity to support capacity development. So those are critical issues. Now, another gap we saw was promotion of the connection between academia and policymakers. Our professors are conducting amazing research work, but there is no evidence that these research works are informing any policy decisions. I think this is also where DIWA came in to say that, you know what, is it possible for us to kind of be the bridge between academia? And so what we started doing since 2019, we engaged with the presidency to say, is it possible for us to engage with ministries, identify their evaluation priorities, get the presidency to sign off, we bring these research priorities to our researchers who we have trained on impact evaluation and match these researchers with ministries or policy making institutions. And so over the past, I would say 6 years, we've funded quite a number of these research work, which actually the demand came from policymakers. And I think that this is a journey we can build on, where we can come to a point where no university research will be funded if there is no link to policy making. I think this is where we need to get to. So thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Beautiful, beautiful insights, and actually you've taken us a notch ahead in the discussions where we've seen some of the challenges that you confront even as an academic institution, trying to bridge academia with policy making. At this juncture, I'll call on Mr. Nirav Shah, who is an international development partner of UNICEF. From where you sit, you've been very supportive of this whole effort. Kindly tell us your view, and then probably you tie it in with a few things. So I'll listen to you and then ask a few more questions. Thank you so much.
Hello. So thank you, Chair, for this invitation. And before I begin, just want to acknowledge Kwabena, Seth, and the team from DIH for organizing this fantastic event. Great to see such a wide participation here in the room. Also want to acknowledge my colleagues from the PMNE team who are hiding behind. So all the questions will go to them. I'll just speak. They are there behind to answer everything. So maybe this is a tough act to follow, government, civil society, academia. So I'm going to try and escape. And Chair, with your permission, I'm going to speak about how UNICEF thinks about this and how UNICEF structures our own PMNE work to support the work that the Ghanaian architecture and MNE architecture needs.
Thank you.
So just a bit about UNICEF. United Nations Children's Fund, our mandate is to ensure every child and adolescent achieves its full potential. The rights of every child and adolescent are protected, whether in Ghana, whether in any other country we operate in globally. The way we are structured, right, we try to integrate different functions that I feel sometimes in government are siloed. So we have planning, we have monitoring, and we have evaluation. I think our hypothesis is that these three functions need to work symbiotically for effective results to be driven. So we have our planning element that we focus on every year, ideally in the beginning of the year. We have, when it comes to monitoring, again, we split this up into two. We have situation monitoring, which is monitoring the situation of the child and adolescent in Ghana. And then we also have program monitoring, thinking about how our programs are doing, how we are supporting government to be able to achieve the results that we've signed up in collaboration with them to do. And then, of course, we have a third portfolio focused on research and evaluation, generating new knowledge, new thinking. Research is primarily focused on identifying gaps in our knowledge and seeing how we can commission research, not on our own, but also in collaboration with academia to be able to understand better those gray areas. And then evaluation is, for us, all about learning and accountability. How do we evaluate in an impartial way, even within UNICEF? For example, the evaluation function in UNICEF does not report to the programs team. It reports directly to the representative to ensure that even if you're evaluating UNICEF programs, there's an unbiased and impartial nature to it. How do we use evaluation as a function to understand not just system-wide evaluations, but also programmatic evaluations, so we learn and hold each other accountable? Now, within this background, how do we work with our partners? And I'm happy to know that we work with NDPC extensively, with Madame Dede since so many years, and with academia as well. We look at systems, right? How do we work, not at a project level, but at a systems level? How do we strengthen systems and with government so that we can monitor more effectively, whether it's working on the district health information management system, whether it's working on the education management information system, and so on. The NDPC as well as the Line Ministries are key partners and thought partners for us on this. The second is how do we build the ecosystem? When I say build is, I say this with humility, the ecosystem exists. How do we come together, be a part of it? How do we help stitch some of that gaps where they exist? I think Ghana has a very strong ecosystem of academia, civil society, strong capacity within government. But how do we work as UNICEF with them to ensure that the mandate and the rights of the child are thought about and discussed in those forums? We of course look at learning and accountability. How do we think about ideas such as building a community of practice, disseminating research and knowledge widely? And how do we hold ourselves and each other accountable in the best way possible? In fact, in this context, we recently worked with NDPC on the terminal evaluation of the previous soon-to-expire planning framework so that it can then inform government planning for the next 4-year cycle. We also look to convene. This is an example of how do we support talented firms and individuals such as Kwabena and DH to help convene and bring everyone together because there are brilliant ideas out there. We just need to speak to each other about it. And lastly, when we look at this, we also look at it from a lens of equity. Like the hope is next year, Ghana Evaluation Week doesn't happen in Accra. Maybe it happens in 4 places across Ghana, right? The goal is how do we look at issues, whether it's planning, monitoring, research, evaluation, at the decentralized level. And I think my colleague from NDPC really articulated it well. So how do we plan at each level? And how do we see how all of that builds up in an architectural way to help look at high-level outcomes and results for Ghana? So I'll stop here. I know I've meandered a bit, but hope it was useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Obviously, I see a lot of synergy that you are building. I see rigor, I see cooperation, and strengthening of the systems. So at this point, we can think of some of the roles, how our organizations have contributed to this. Of course, some of that has come out, but it will be worth reiterating. Right. So I'll start again with Peter. Yes.
Okay, so I would do 2 things.
Right.
So I would discuss some of the challenges that are within the ecosystem, how we are addressing them now.
That's it.
And then looking into the future. So what is NDPC doing to address the challenges?
Right.
What is it looking forward to do in the future? So my colleagues already mentioned some of the work they have done with us.
Indeed.
The reason is because we are constitutionally mandated to do these functions. We have a monitoring and evaluation manual. So if you go to the NDPC website, we have a monitoring and evaluation manual. Our hope was that the policy that Prof mentioned would have been accented to, so that we have a policy complementing a manual and vice versa. But as we speak now, it is still in a very good draft stage, but we try to stick out our necks around it. So, let me start with capacity. To be very honest, there are still very significant capacity gaps for M&E. I'll use a typical PPMED division in any ministry. People are pushed into that division because they know how to do a few statistics, can generate a graph here or there. Say, oh, you know statistics, so go and head PPMED.
the numbers, the visualizations is just one bit of M&E. And so if you meet such a person, he's the head of the unit, but truth be told, capacity to do M&E is lagging.
Right.
So significantly, there is capacity gaps across all the levels that I have mentioned. Prof made an interesting point of underfunding M&E. Colleagues in the room, if a minister, either regional minister or full-time minister, is going to a district and they are looking for money to fund his trip or to fund his protocol, is the M&E budget they go for. Mr. Lai, in the just ended guidelines,
Right.
we just came back from reviewing some of the plans. Even some of our planning officers were struggling to budget for M&E activities. And when you ask them to budget in detail so that people cannot just dip their hands in and take money and go out, they were skeptical and it was difficult for some of them. So funding is an issue, but even our ability to be able to, pick out the key M&E activities and budget adequately for them is a constraint.
Right.
Again, I want to highlight the issues of red tape within our space. Attempt asking a government agency for data. Even sometimes government to government, it takes like forever to get that. How then do you then expect them to go and do an evaluation and publish the evaluation findings?
Yes.
To be very honest, data sharing is problematic, and we have all recognized that. What is NDPC currently doing? In collaboration with our partners from GIZ, the Ministry of Local Government, we are building a platform called the District Development Database Platform. Let me try that again. District Development Database Platform. Its intention is to support districts to capture, store, analyze, and generate reports for their own data. Mr. Lai, you can walk to any of the assemblies and ask them, in the last APR that they developed, what did they use the report for? So
that's a key question.
So data utilization leaves a lot to be desired. Auntie Dede and her team have tried, but data utilization is still constraining. Moving forward, NDPC has decided to do three main things apart from digitization. So we want to digitize the process. We want to move planning from paper-based to a digital, or if you like, a digitized environment. Second is gathering evidence by ourselves. Over snack, somebody asked me, how do we validate data that has come from the field? This is a gap. And Prof mentioned that even NDPC, we require capacity to go and build capacity. So in-house, we have those constraints also. So once we're able to move from typical paper-based into a digital, or if you like, an e-environment, we are very sure that the evidence we ourselves will gather, we can be able to use it. In the last year, we have done 3 major assessments. We've done one on LEAP nationwide. We've done one on NHIS nationwide. We've done one on free senior high school. And to crown it off is what Naresh mentioned about evaluating the medium-term framework, so that we ourselves have our own evidence. We get a secondary data from all the others, but we also have a repository that we are working on. Just before I left the office, Ministry of Communication sent a letter. They want us to lead a process to develop a bill that harmonizes data for Ghana.
Interesting.
Yes. So I just have already started documenting how we can harmonize data for use in the country. The last one I want to conclude with is our development partners. Please, we are begging you in the name of God. Every development partner that comes wants to build a dashboard. Every development partner that comes wants to build a digital platform. So you have too many digital platforms in the space, and they are not speaking to each other. And here I commend our friends from UNICEF. When we started conversations on DDDP, we came to the office. We judged, we said, look, this is what is working for us. And they supported it. But I can tell you that, I've swallowed the word. I can tell you that many of these large-scale projects are still developing digital platforms. And so a planning officer will enter data here, enter data there. Another person has requested for a paper-filled questionnaire. And so at NDPC, we have come to the consensus that we need to put a break on these siloed platform developments and let us begin to pool data in one space. Centralization may not be a very bad idea, but it helps with synergies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was quite a beautiful oversight that you've given us. You spoke about capacity gaps. You spoke about the red tape, problems with data sharing, and all these dashboards. I guess efforts are being duplicated when really we should have a harmonized system where we can all look into it together and decide together. So this brings me back to Mr. Nirav from UNICEF, our development partner. He spoke about capacity gaps, right? And I know UNICEF has always had taken the front row seat when it comes to capacity building efforts. Would you, at this point, kindly tell us what you are doing?
Thank you. So maybe just to build on what my colleague said, right? Maybe when it comes to capacity, I think my personal belief is that the talent exists. It's about shaping it into capacity, right? I think in this resource-constrained environment where efficiency is key, when we think about capacity building, I think we really need to step back and think about what that really means and how we need to unpack it, right?
Especially for our young and emergent ones coming up.
Exactly, right? So it's about thinking about where are the capacity gaps? Are those capacity gaps right fit for the current age? How much of that capacity gap can be augmented or mitigated using other new technology? And where do we get to the core of an issue or a gap that really needs addressal to move or to eliminate a bottleneck that exists? I think, of course, you have the core analytical skills that need to be built in the context of M&E. But beyond that, I think capacity could be strengthened in terms of dissemination, in terms of knowledge management, and in terms of connecting the data to policy. I think these are softer aspects that potentially need to be built out even more. I think this is especially important because let's think of it from a user-centric perspective. You take a district planner. Imagine, as you must have seen, imagine the reams of data requests and flows coming into him. Just a function, even if that person was highly capacitated, being able to deliver in 8 hours across these different hours would be close to impossible. So I think this leads to my second point, which is around data system integration. Right? I really support the idea that instead of having siloed approaches, we need to find the right place to house and integrate data and ensure that this is done in a periodic manner that is comprehensive in its nature, so from national to regional to district, but also an increased focus on quality. I think some of the work that UNICEF is doing now is not thinking about expanding an information management system, but looking into it, looking at the data that's coming out, and seeing how we can help government improve the quality of that data. So I think we really need to move the conversation from access to quality in terms of data.
Right.
And then maybe my last point, or my 2 points on this is, as we think about it, we have to think about, one is the district level planner, but we have to look at the other side, at the national level. Who is the key consumer of this data? It is civil society, it is academia, but it's also senior management and political management. So as we think about capacity, it's also about thinking about how do we package this data in a way that can be truly accessed, processed by senior management who is time constrained, resource constrained, to be able to take decisions effectively. And I think just to tie all of this up, I think we need to acknowledge that there's a whole political economy around data that exists. So while we think about integration, while we think about reducing silos, truly understanding the political economy of the current data architecture, and then converting that into an opportunity is something that the whole sector needs to think about and work on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This sounds like a very actionable step, and we appreciate the steps that you are taking, what is doing. So I'll come back to Prof. Charles. I did feel a measure of the frustration, some of the hurdles that you need to flatten, but I'm thinking about the institutional uptake. You know, once some of these things are sorted out, how best are we able to apply them, absorb them, and then, you know, make it actionable for the rest of the groups who are concerned? Indeed, we are all stakeholders, and we are watching the process keenly.
All right, thank you very much. So before I come to the utilization, I want to touch on what some of the points NDPC raised. I think we need to strengthen NDPC's capacity to play that leading role in terms of driving the whole M&E ecosystem. For example, I think NDPC led a process to set up what we call the National ICT-based M&E system, NEMIS. Yes, NEMIS. And that was to address the issue of the silos you talked about. A lot of money went into this. You know, we had consultants from UK, and myself and Andrew, we were, I think, part of the advisory committee. But yes, the day was there as well. But we all don't know what has happened to NEMIS. It's just gone down the drain. And this is huge investment. So once you don't have a functional central M&E player, it allows for these other silos to emerge. And I think it's not every money you collect from donors. I think you should be able to have a national agenda and say, you know what, if you want to support, these are our priorities. We already have a national M&E system. If you want to support us, you cannot build para systems. And I think the Paris Declaration actually addresses the issue around ownership, but we are not actually taking the lead. I will talk briefly about the underutilization. And that has been a big gap. We conduct a lot of evaluations, even though many of them are not led by the national agencies like NDPC and our ministries. They are usually funded by donors, and it seems to be designed in a way that reflects exactly what they want. I mean, they come up with a TOR, support the selection of the consultant, and the report comes to them. So utilization by the policymaker is usually non-existent. It usually just informs their own planning decisions. I'm talking about the donor side. So until we get to the point where we begin to fund our own evaluations, we'll still have problems with utilization. So what DEWA, for example, we've been trying to do is to make sure that no evaluation ends up on the shelf. So we have to create platform where the evidence is shared. So for example, we also supported evaluation of the free SHS. And we realized it was not enough to just publish it. We needed to engage with the ministry. So we wrote to the minister, the then minister, I think somewhere in August. We said, well, we've done evaluation of the free SHS program. We want to have a discussion with you.
Right.
It was at the same time that the government was preparing a bill on the free SHS. So it was interesting.
All right.
So we went to engage him on the findings. Now, we realized it was not enough just to engage the minister, because once it is translating into a bill, it's going to Parliament. And once Parliament signs it into law, then that is it. So we wrote to Parliament and said, you know, we've done this study, we've engaged with the ministry, but we think you're an important player. So the Education Committee of Parliament invited us to present the findings to them. And I think presenting to the parliamentarians was extremely helpful because it informed discussion on the free SHS bill, which was going to be passed into law. It hasn't happened so far because a lot of issues were raised, which the parliamentarians felt that those issues need to be addressed before it gets to the plenary.
Right.
So the utilization is key. We need people, institutions who can champion utilization of the evidence informing policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. That was elaborate. That was shown a good light. Just before we come to the audience, Mrs. Bidwado, in a quick statement, I just want to know your reflection. I also sensed your issues, and I was wondering about the learning ecosystem. We've heard from the panelists. I'd just like you to tie it up, and then we can pivot to the audience.
Okay. I think for us, the key part of all this is the human beings at the center of all this.
Exactly,
So
yes.
for us, our focus has been on building capacity, linking people up, and catalyzing some of these things. So, he talks about the research done. We pushed to GIMPA to do that research so that we could inform it, with real data. We are also still looking at bringing together everybody in one room. So we get a room and you have all the different sectors represented. So we'll continue to look at that. I think for us also is a critical aspect, which is Made in Africa evaluation.
Right.
Increasingly, we see a lot of foreigners or outsiders coming in to lead our evaluations, and sometimes they misrepresent us. So why can't we get all the wonderful expertise we have in Africa leading some of these evaluations, using some of our tools and our methods? So it's an area that you're going to find us pushing a lot more for us to look at our local tools, understand what it means to do evaluation the African way, pushing our priorities, making sure that what comes out of the evaluation is actually relevant.
For our
and hopefully,
purposes.
exactly. And
Fit for
hopefully
purpose.
that will also push
Right.
for learning and use of results.
Right.
Thank
So you see, it's just as well, it's a Ghana Evaluation Week. We can think of ourselves as a little microcosm trying to bring out some of these problems. We've listened to some of the finest brains in the area. At this stage, I want to pivot to the audience. We would only have time to take 3 questions. I'll indulge that we be precise. We mention our name, and then the question. I can see that some hands are very intent. I'll start from the gentleman on my left. Please keep it short and to the point. Thank you.
Well, for me, I think I already in the break time asked a number of people how come private sector institutions were kind of missing in this conversation.
So please listen and we'll take.
Because the implementation of systems, I mean, when I was head of sales of MTN, we rolled out mobile money to 12 million people. That skill, I cannot see how it is imported into this country.
Right.
And I'm very confused right now that MIS systems are failing and so on and so forth. I didn't know about these things, but
right.
I think Ghana just does not talk to Ghana.
Right. That is why we are here. We are learning. So that's the first question. Please, could we have your name?
Eric Nsaku.
Eric Nsaku, thank you very much. Any of the panelists will address it. I'll take the second question.
Student of Kwabnabuachi.
So it looks like the questions are only from the show. So we'll take
Thank you.
this one.
I don't have a question. I have a comment.
A comment?
Yes, please. And a suggestion, I think. My name is Samuel Atuyabwa. I worked in the Policy Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Division at the Ministry of Trade and Industry for 10 years. And then I went to look for greener pastures, came back after 6 years, and now I'm working with the Ghana Statistical Service.
That's right.
One of their projects. I'm assisting with the monitoring and evaluation. 2 issues that have come out that I am very familiar with is the issue of a funding challenge for M&E. And anybody who has been in this space would agree that we have that challenge because of one of the issues that Prof raised, that we have not given the National Development Planning Commission the space and the support that it needs to effectively perform that function. And that is why we have funding challenges. And related to the issue of every DP trying to create a silo MIS system, is also because I think that they do not have trust in what is being created now, because they know that it can be overturned when something happens tomorrow.
Please, could we get to the point and wrap
Thank
up?
you.
Yes,
I
so that we
always
can
ask
have
myself, for example, I mean, purely on a professional level, I always ask myself why we talk of political party manifestos when we have a National Development Planning Commission. I am thinking that the evaluation community should begin to mount the pressure on our government to make NDPC the center stage of our development planning process and the monitoring and evaluation function.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I was actually coming to you, but it looks like the mic has been hijacked.
Yes.
Hopefully he'll keep it short. We promised 3 questions. If we come back, you'd be the first one. Thank you.
Yes, something similar to what he just talked about, the concern he expressed about the manifesto and all that. Fine. I also had that, but I had a second issue, or a question to the NDPC ban. You know, when you look at the non-profit or the NGOs, the way we do our, evaluations, you know, we have a project, start and finish. In between, probably do some formative evaluations, you know, to inform, before even the project, then summative at the end. Now,
Yes.
for government, which I would say NDPC, you are spearheading, looking at policies and project, at times it's just about a year. How do you intend, to evaluate such, I'll call them short-term, projects or policies?
Short-term evaluation policies, thank you. That's a good question. Please, whoever it's been directed to, could you kindly take it up so that we don't take too much time?
So, yes. So, Mr. Lai, now that I have the microphone, I will start from there. So, truth be told, we have guidelines for the preparation of public policies. Now I'm underlining the word public policies. In that guideline are clear steps for how the policy should be evaluated. The constraint is that the policy is being implemented by a certain ministry. And so the responsibility for evaluating the policy rests with the institution. However, we have just started a process, I'm leading a process for us to begin to evaluate policies. Currently, we are doing the programs and projects and the plans. But I cannot lead the process for developing 12 policies, and for 3 years, none of those policies has been evaluated. So we are saying that even though the policy sits in your ministry, NDPC should be able to engage with you in a collaborative, co-creative manner to evaluate the policy, to inform the next policy that will be implemented. Now, Mr. Nsako's question about the private sector. Sincerely speaking, if you look at Act 936, 936 is the Local Governance Act. The private sector is nominated to be part of the DPCU. But many of us are unaware. So the district planning coordinating units have a creature for the private sector. Again, if you look at the assembly member system, 2/3 are elected, 1/3 is appointed. Under normal circumstances, somebody from the private sector, either from the local association of garages, association of traders, etc., should be nominated to that. But in most instances, the politics overtakes it. So, sir, there are many, many opportunities for the private sector to participate, because in this current planning guidelines, we have emphasized private-public partnerships for project implementation and for fundraising.
Thank you very much. So at least now we know. Thank you for that insight. Anybody on the panel would like to react to any of the two gentlemen, and then we can take a question from the one who's ready with the mic. Right, all right. Let's have the contribution.
Thank you very much. You know, some of us have been there where you are now, and we are disappointed that some of the challenges that we encountered when we were in the system are still prevailing. And it's not that there are no solutions. Even on our continent, some countries are doing better than we are. We can talk of Benin, South Africa, and Uganda. I don't know much about Botswana, but I know about South Africa, Uganda, and Benin. If our colleagues from Twendembele were here, I mean, they're supposed to be here tomorrow, maybe they could talk about some of these achievements. Now, really, you cannot have demand when you don't know who is doing the commissioning. And that is key to ensuring that your findings are utilized. And this has been around for many years. You know, if I take you to Canada, for instance, where even before any department or ministry could go out to do an evaluation, they have to do an evaluability assessment, which will have to be approved by senior management of the ministry. And the expectation is that when the findings are ready, they will make a presentation to the commissioner or those who are doing the commissioning. Why is it that we can't learn from these examples? And we keep going in circles in this country. And it's quite discouraging. You know, we've been in the space. We left only a few years ago. Now, coming back to the policy, again, some of us were involved, right? You know, the day Prof. We did countrywide consultations, series of meetings, and we were supposed to have even done a final validation workshop. Prof, you were there, you made a presentation to the Vice President, and we had a roadmap. It went to a cabinet committee, and we are still hearing that it's almost ready, but not ready. So what's going on with the policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I was telling Auntie Dede that I'm excited because I'm getting a lot of advocacy. So in that advocacy mode, I will share two things. Act 479 was prepared in 1994. 480, 1994. That's how many decades ago? The LI 2232 is of 2016. LI 2402 is 2020. So, Dr. Nimoy Thompson, our Director General, Dr. Subok Amwa, we've had a conversation and we've already cataloged key changes we want to be made in our acts. So we are pushing for a review of Act 479 and Act 480 and the LIs that come with it. That is the first one. Secondly, we've looked at Act 936 and asked ourselves, what are the planning challenges within 936? We've articulated that and we've written formally to the IMCC, the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization. So these efforts are afoot with the kinds of changes we want to see. So please continue the advocacy for us, and we are very sure we'll get there. So we are really grateful. To be honest, when NAMIS is mentioned, a lot of us get cold feet. But because you asked and Auntie Dede whispered into my ears, I'll attempt a response. I think we had a bit of a lacuna in the contract. So as we sit now, the source code for NAMIS is sitting with the consultant. He has refused to release it. Because when some of us saw the contract, we said, why can't Ghanaians that have IT knowledge, that have done it before, be the ones to be doing this? Yes, it went through international competitive bidding, but there was a lacuna in the contract, and the consultant has taken advantage of that. So I am aware letters have been written. I am unsure whether the contract is still live. But the good news that under the PFM project, NAMIS is coming back. So be rest assured that by the time you see me again and you ask me, Peter, what is it with NAMIS? I'll give you a very firm response. So NAMIS is coming back, rest assured. And to address these challenges, the district development database platform that I mentioned, all the advertisements were done in Ghana and was closed for only Ghanaians that worked on it. So all the modules on DDDP were developed here in Ghana by expertise here. So it's a very good lesson we've learned, and we are taking it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That sounds fit for purpose, and I can see that Peter is very happy because he has advocates who are going to help him roll the ball down the field. Mr. Nirav told us that we have some UNDP, UNICEF colleagues around. I don't know whether they would like to ask questions. The questions we took were just from the front row. Anybody? Yes, I can see the gentleman in green.
Okay, so I have the mic. I have the mic.
Oh, where are you?
All right, I'm here.
Thank you.
If I stand, it will be the same height, so maybe let me sit and ask the question.
Please go ahead.
I want to congratulate the panelists. In fact, they've been very honest with their answers and the issues that they brought up on the panel. And I admire in fact, all of them, from what they said. But my question is, I'm not very sure whether it's a question or suggestion, but I want to mention this. From the NDPC person view, he said the MMMDAs lack capacity. And he went ahead to mention sometimes they bring in people that do not fit for the purpose of M&E work. And then I'm aware Professor Charles came in to say that, look, the NDPC itself, capacity needs to be built. Now, the time M&E Ministries was in place.
Could you kindly go straight to the point, just so that we save a little bit of time?
Okay.
Sorry for butting in.
So the question is this. I just wanted to find out if I wish the head of civil service was here, because to answer the question how people were put in places that cannot fit for that particular purpose. And again, to mention that the time the Ministry of Evaluation was there, the various MMDA's capacities were built, and I'm a beneficiary for that particular, from that particular ministries. So I want to find out, the Ghana Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat, I have not read much about them, and I don't know what role will they do here, and if there could be an agency that can work with the National Development Planning Commission to build the capacities of these various MMDAs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody able to respond to this? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think you've raised very important points. And let me start from the need to professionalize M&E. You know, when you move people from one ministry to the other, if the people are accountants, you can't take somebody from as an accountant to become an HR person, okay, in another ministry. Usually it's professionalized and they are in that field. So if you transfer them, they'll still go in that profession. It's not like that with M&E. So somebody has been working as an M&E focal person in the ministry. He's transferred to another ministry, but then he's taken to somewhere else. So the policy actually made provision for the need to institutionalize, but also professionalize the M&E field, so that when you are employed as an M&E officer, and when you are being transferred, you go to perform that role. So that's very important. Now, I wanted to also contribute to the issue around the utilization. Now, if you take the annual progress reports, I don't know how many of you have seen copies before, very voluminous. Over the years, they've been trying to reduce this. I bet it's over 200, sometimes 300 pages. I don't know. They themselves, I doubt if they read. Because usually they get consultants who write this for them. And so you can't take this to Parliament and, other policy agencies to use it to inform their policy decisions. I know Ghana Statistical Service, now authority, right? They are still a service, okay. They have started doing something about these huge data sets they have. And recently working with ASEPA on a project called Data for Accountability, they are now also translating some of these data into policy briefs. So they themselves are writing policy briefs out of the data that they have been collecting. Indeed. And making them accessible to policymakers. I think that NDPC must do the same thing. These annual progress reports, translate them into just 2-3 pages of policy briefs and send them to the relevant ministries so they know what the policy findings are, what policy decisions must be taken, and following up on how the implementation can be done. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. That sounds more like getting results and looking at the situation and making it actionable for use. So there was a hand up there. Would you kindly get to the point, and then we can solicit the answers for that.
All right, so thank you very much. So my name is Ebenezer Annan, and I'm a student with the Institute of Local Government Studies, studying development management. I was lucky to have 1 year internship with the NDPC, and then I was with the development coordination, policy planning, and then MAE. MAE was my last place, and I learned something. So I had a discussion with him, and then I wanted to reiterate the point again because it's important for all of us. So I had the opportunity to assess some of the reports that the assemblies would bring to the commission. And this was a checklist for MAE. And then as I went through it, I looked at some of the assemblies, and then you could see that in terms of what they said they had done, I could see one which was 97% in terms of implementation, another 90 plus, and all that. And then I had a challenge understanding what the figures were in terms of the ratings of the performance and the implementation percentage. And then I look at the local level, the issues we have at the local level, and then the huge figures in terms of implementation. But of course, it's not just implementation, but the impact. But then I wanted to know, with the reports that are submitted to the NDPC, how does NDPC validate those reports with the community? Because in essence, the assembly is there for one reason, for the community. And then of course, again, I want him to share with us how did they validate the reports that they get from the assemblies upon which they're saying that they had to certify it. How did they validate what they give them with the community? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ebenezer. He has his concerns. Who would like to take this up? And please, let's keep it as brief as we can so that we can probably have one or two more voices.
Right. So first, let me respond to my colleague to my right. What we have agreed with the office, the head of the Office of Local Government Service, that hence recruitment of planning officers has to be done in consultation, in collaboration with NDPC. I can tell you sadly that there are planning officers in this our country, no disrespect to the profession I'm going to mention, but with HR degrees. So you do human resource management and you are in a planning officer's role, supposed to deliver development planning and spatial planning services. You are qualified in your area, and that is what Prof was mentioning. Professionalizing and institutionalizing the profession. And the Ghana Institute of Planning is also upbeat with this, and we said that no planning officer should be interviewed without GIP, without NDPC on the table. So that has been agreed. So moving into the future, we are very sure that will happen. Yes, Eben, Ghana Statistical Service and NDPC developed a draft quality assurance framework. It has not been finalized. It is still in a draft stage. The reason is because NDPC is a consumer of secondary data. All the data that comes from the ministries and agencies, NDPC didn't generate them. All the data that comes from the districts, NDPC didn't generate them. Same with data that comes from Ghana Statistical Service. So this framework is to help us validate to a large extent before we utilize the data. Now, at the community level, we are saying that before your plan is certified, you must show evidence of a signed community engagement session with your plan. That you have prepared a plan, it's in the draft stage, you go and consult the community. And you should show evidence, signed and scanned attendance sheets. Sincerely, we know what happens within our space. But to the best of our abilities, we are saying at least as a minimum requirement, you show us this. If you cooked it, it's you and your God. But we are trusting that they are doing the right things. But moving forward, as I was sharing earlier, we're looking to digitize the process. At least it will cut down on some of these anomalies as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. I'll come back to Mr. Shah briefly before we sort of take the last word and wrap up. You know, from UNICEF, we've spoken about being future ready, future facing, and inclusive with this whole M&E journey. Would you kindly give us a quick statement with that, and then we'll probably take the final words.
Sure. Thank you. I know we're standing between you and lunch, so I'll be very brief.
Thank you.
So I think there's 2 points there. One is a focus on youth in the context of doing evaluations. Youth are the future of the world, of Ghana. If you look at things from a citizen science perspective, they can be eyes and ears on the field with program monitoring. So how do we engage young people very proactively, mentor them, guide them, shape them in a way that they can contribute to the M&E agenda? M&E is a generalist skill set. So even if you don't have a future in M&E in the future, at least it's a skill set that you can carry to whatever profession you take with you. So as UNICEF, we really try to focus on that by including young people in our evaluation reference groups, by doing capacity building sessions with them and engaging them as much as possible on data collection. Linked to that also is youth are the future. They might be more tech savvy than the old guard in a way. Sorry to use that word. How do we leverage young people and innovation and tech so that we can find efficiencies in monitoring in a resource-constrained environment? How do we leverage new tech? And we have strong academic potential here. So how do we leverage expertise from people like Prof here to see how we can use future-forward technology to help young people be effective community monitors for us? So just one parting thought, and thank you everyone for listening. And I learned a lot from our panelists as well, so thank you so much. All the LIs and the acts, really interesting. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Now, 30 seconds, Professor Charles, would you want to say something? Just 30 seconds.
Right, thank you very much. So, well, there are a lot of challenges, but I think we've made a lot of progress. And Ghana, we're still a reference point. Countries come here to learn from our M&E journey. I think it's, for me, what is also very critical, for the first time we are evaluating our medium-term development plan. This is unprecedented. I think we should appreciate NDPC for that role. And because, you know, in the past, what happens is we just implement the medium-term plan, and then we forget about it, and then we move on to the next. But a new government is in place. They are interested in knowing what happened the past 4 years, and that will inform the new 4 years. So I think it's a big step. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Beduado, a quick one.
Thank you. Well, for me, it's just a call for us to be more conscientious. You know, we are talking about ethics here. So if you are the M&E person there and you are the one who's filling the form, please be honest. The problem with the truth is, it's like a cork. No matter how hard you push it down, it will come up one day. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Peter, a lot of advocacy has been done for you.
I'm
10
telling
seconds.
you, in fact, I go back to the office very excited because of the recognition that's across the space they give to NDPC. We also have to be proactive to meet the advocacy halfway. Just on the report, in actual fact, we were supposed to launch the evaluation report in this evaluation week. In fact, because of other activities the president has to undertake, we couldn't launch the report. But the report is ready. Our friends in UNICEF have been generous to support us through and through to have this done. So it will be launched and would have access to it. So, Mr. Lai, I have 3 bullet points. One of them is what I picked from the head of civil service. He said we should bridge the gap between producers, planners, and users of data.
A very
It
integrative
struck
approach.
me, so I put it down. NDPC has intentions of working with GMF, Ghana Institute of Planning, to influence evaluation education in Ghana. So we have Christian Service, KNUST, and others training M&E professionals. We want to influence the content and the way the training is delivered. The last one, which is knowledge management. If you look in our current guidelines, 2026 to 2029, we have a new subheading or subsection called knowledge management. And we want assemblies to begin to reflect on the knowledge products they are generating. Prof mentioned all the researchers. Evaluations are done in districts. How are the districts even using the data that has been generated about their districts? So we are pushing forward. And so every plan that will be developed in Ghana will have a section on knowledge management. And so Prof and others in academia, watch out for the knowledge management section, and then we can take the discussion further. We are grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. This has been a multi-sectoral approach. It has been very eye-opening. We've heard from academia. The lenses has been also spread through our international development partner. Audience, thank you very much for the incisive comments you've made. You've also held them to account, and that is the business of citizens as stakeholders wanting to see results, evidence-based decisions. And it's interesting, we are 2025 today, we're in the Fourth Republic, we've done 32, 33 years, and we are aiming for 2030, the SDGs. And through these discussions, through these little debates, we are all gunning for the same purpose. And that is not all of it. We are also thinking of the AU Agenda 2063, where we can actually own our own development, make it very African, and be proud that, hey, this is what we have generated, our system. This is what works for us. Panelists, we are extremely grateful. Thank you for all your points. Audience, thank you very much for being attentive, for listening, for contributing to this dialogue. We are very grateful. And we know that come next year, the Ghana Evaluation Week would be big, we would have the torch. And like Benin, Uganda, and South Africa, others will say, hey, in Ghana, we are also making strides. Thank you very much.
Okay, so lunch, as said, we're going to have lunch up. We are supposed to resume at exactly 2, but we are late. We aim at coming at exactly 2:15. So at exactly 2:15, the next session is starting. So please, let's get lunch up. At 2:15 on the dot, we are back to continue the program. Thank you. Okay, hello, good afternoon. You are welcome back from the lunch break. In a space of 2 minutes, we would be starting the next round of the panel discussion. We are the last lap of the program for the day. So in 2 minutes, we are starting. The organizers, please make sure we get everyone in. We start in the next 2 minutes.
Your Excellency, distinguished representative of the Government of Ghana, Madam President of the Ghana Monitoring and Evaluation Forum, GMF, estimated development partners,
Okay, so
distinguished guests, colleagues.
we begin the last lap for the day. It's going to be a panel discussion. And in this panel, we're looking at the role of the media in championing public discourse using evaluation findings, otherwise using evidence to inform public discourse. So my name is Richard. An adjunct lecturer with GIMPA, an evaluation and research manager also with the Development Impact West Africa DUA, based in GIMPA. So quickly, we're going to call our distinguished panelists. First, we have Ms. Patience Ajare Kwabi, member GMF Advisory Board. Please, let's receive her with a hand of applause. Yes, please. The next one needs no introduction. Let's put our hands together and receive Professor Kwame Kakari. Dean of Communication Studies, Wisconsin University, Ghana. We also have Miss Rebecca Ekpe, Vice President, Ghana Journalists Association. Oh, do it better for her. Finally, not the least, we have Mr. William Nyakun, Executive Director, Africa Center for International Law and Accountability. Great. So let me begin with a brief context. So we live in an age where the complexities of development challenges make evidence-based policy decision non-negotiable. Yet, we also live in a world where the voices, experiences, and knowledge systems of hundreds of thousands of the people, especially in this part of the continent, remain sidelined or underrepresented in policy decisions. So this disconnect is not just an academic problem, it has real-world consequences. In government interventions that are not sensitive to local needs, in crises where the most affected are the least heard, even in campaign promises that become slogans during elections. Evidence is more than mere numbers. It is more than just a spreadsheet. It is fundamental and foundational to sound policy decisions. It is the language of transformation. But like any language, it must reflect the voices of the masses we serve. This is why today we have pulled together this panelist to help us shed some light into what the media is doing when it comes to using evidence from evaluations to inform public discourse in Ghana. Our panelists today are distinguished experts in evaluations and media practice, with a wealth of experience in generating and applying evaluations to drive real-world change. Let's begin with some quick round of introduction. So they will do a self-introduction of themselves, starting from my far right. Just tell us something I have not said about you now.
Hello. All right, then. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much, the organizers of this program. My name is Patience Ejari Kwebi, and as he introduced me, one of the members of the board of GMF. And thank you again for the brief description about me. I currently work as a consultant, which is a career I've done over the past 23 years. I support some of the donor partners in Ghana in undertaking evaluations. My area of specialty is on gender and development and also M&E. So that's the bit about me that you didn't know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof, just a brief.
Thank you very much. Well, I've been a teacher most of my life, and I'm still teaching even after retirement and so on. But just a slight correction, I'm not dean at this private university. I'm a lecturer.
Oh,
the dean is a lady.
Okay.
When I got the invitation, I was grappling with the concept M&E. You see, I ran an NGO, Media Foundation for West Africa, for some time. And of course, when you are dealing with donors and also in your work, you are supposed to monitor and evaluate your projects, your programs, your activities. And so when I got this invitation, I was wondering that I did all this, monitored activities and programs we did, evaluated them, but did I do them right? Do I really understand what this means? You see, I raised these questions in relation to the theme that has brought us here, the media and how to enhance M&E. And I suppose in terms of governance and public life generally. So we are also here to learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So shed more light. Prof, you know whether what you've been doing over the years, you've been doing them right or you've been doing them wrong by the time the session ends. Secretary, please.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity. And I must say that I'm highly, let me use the word, elated to be on this panel with people like Professor Kwame Kakari, who is an institution when it comes to the media. That, for me, is a privilege, I must say. And with William here to my left, who is a crack when it comes to investigative journalism. Way back in 1996, if my memory will serve me right, that's when we graduated from the Ghana Institute of Journalism. So that should clearly tell you how long we've come and how far we've come doing this work when it comes to media, journalism, and also, let me use the word, evidence-based. And he talks about prima facie case, which he would, I'm sure it will come to play in this discussion. I think, Madam, I'm meeting her today for the first time, and I'm sure would strike some acquaintances as we go along when it comes to the subject of monitoring and evaluation. And of course, just like how Prof said, when I also got the invitation, I was wondering, what exactly is this all about? And I kept calling Seth and trying to understand the whole concept. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come into the beginning of it, but I'm sure by the time we complete this discussion, panel discussion, we'll all come to an understanding what this is all about. And more importantly, just like Prof said, what role the media has to play in all of this. Some time ago, I think with Star Ghana, which is a foundation also, came through with some support for the media to do some research work. And one of the things that you didn't talk about is that I also work with GBC, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. You can call it GTV. And we did some field work. And then one of the requirements was that we have an M&E officer. Trust me, we had no idea what that was. But that was my first encounter with M&E. We had to figure it out. So we'll be figuring it out today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Okay, so Mr. Nyako.
Thank you very much first to the organizers for the invitation. From my GIJ mate's remarks, she has raised the marking scheme, and it's like I'm some tough guy who is able to figure things out. I mean, this is very important, the connections that we make between work that is data-driven to journalism. And of course, the aspect of journalism that connects to this really is you report based on evidence, you report based on data, you report through investigative journalism. But these groundbreaking connections are important because then we can see, I'm sure by the end of the discussion, how the media and works from evaluators will help complement each other and to give it more vim. I have been practicing investigative journalism since back in '96. I'm not in the trenches of practicing, but I'm also the editor of an investigative program called Corruption Watch Ghana. I typically don't like to say it because I always like to remain anonymous so that people don't come to me when we investigate them with publishing. But it's that connection. But also, I have had formal training in public policy. Back in the US, I was part of a team that had to go and evaluate Tokyo's, a town in Tokyo's project that they were doing. So it was really refreshing. But back in Ghana, I've been working back and forth on this. So I look forward to sharing and to learning as well to see how we can all work together to make things better for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, you can do it better for them. So audience, as you can see, we have high-level media practitioners who also have some M&E background. Though Prof. Kakari is saying that he's not sure whether what he's been doing over the years is M&E or not. But these are top people when it comes to media practice in Ghana. We are going to dive deep into the discussions, but before we start, we have a 3-minute video that we want to quickly show, and as soon as the video ends, we get into the heart of the issue. So please, if the video is ready, kindly let us have it.
Every day in Ghana, data is collected in classrooms, hospitals, markets, and ministries. It measures our progress, records our challenges, and tells the story of a nation on the move. But data alone doesn't create change. Numbers in a spreadsheet can't stir action. Reports stacked on shelves can't inspire collaboration. The gap isn't in data itself, it's in how we see it. Data visualization fills that gap. It transforms complexity into clarity. It gives decision makers, journalists, and citizens the power to see patterns, understand outcomes, and act together. When data becomes visual, it stops being silent. A map can show where resources are needed most. A chart can reveal inequalities hiding in plain sight. A dashboard can connect a policymaker's decisions to the lives they affect. Across Ghana, visualization is shaping how we plan our future, from tracking public budgets and climate resilience to improving healthcare and education delivery. It turns information into insight and insight into impact. Because when people can see what data means, they participate, they hold systems accountable, they trust the process because they understand it. Data visualization is not just about design. It's about building bridges between evidence and empathy, between numbers and narratives, between data and the people it represents. Ghana has the data. What we need is vision. And when we visualize data, we don't just see progress, we create it. When evidence becomes visible, accountability becomes action.
Awesome. So when evidence becomes visible, accountability becomes action. So we get into the discussions just so we are also able to distinguish between what's the kind of data the media practitioners, the journalists, they gather, and what MNE does. I want to maybe shed a short definition of what monitoring is, what evaluation is, then we can now get into the heart of the issues. So we begin with interventions. Every government want to serve 8 people, so we set out interventions that we give the people that we are serving. When the interventions are designed and implemented, we also come up with what we call some set of indicators that should be able to help us to measure progress. When we are measuring the progress and we are taking the data routinely, so it's not a one-off thing, we are getting routine data, we are doing monitoring, showing patterns and trends, and that's what the video was talking about. When we are making some value judgment based on some sets of criteria, talk about efficiency, effectiveness, impact, sustainability, then we are moving into the realm of evaluation. So those who are Christians, and the Lord God saw everything he had done was good. So the continuous seeing, he was monitoring. Whatever he had done was good, then we are getting into the realm of evaluation. So having that in mind, and I've always said that in Ghana, we always have 2 truths. And if you've been around for some time, you know that there is what we call the NDC truths and the MPP truths. And I was happy when director talked about a tripod stand. We need that credible agency that will be able to come and say, this is your truth, this is their truth, this is the real truth. That is what evaluation is supposed to do. So having that in mind, I'll start with maybe Prof. To what extent have we used evaluation findings in Ghana when it comes to public discourse within the media space in general?
Thank you very much. Of course, since our panel is about media, let me focus on media.
On media, yeah.
But generally speaking, and if I understand the question of data and so on properly, let me start from our constitution, the constitution of our Fourth Republic, and therefore also Parliament. In other words, when you take Parliament, for instance, periodically they receive reports from all kinds of constitutional bodies. One of the more prominent reports is the Auditor General's report. And so, in a sense, Parliament is the authority to evaluate reports of monitoring from so many different kinds of institutions and organizations. Some of you may remember that for a very long time, up until about the end of the 80s, when the structural adjustment was instituted, the Auditor General's report had lapsed for about 20 years. There was no such thing. But in this Fourth Republic, I think it's almost every year the Auditor General's report has been presented, which is a very important progress that as a country we've made. Now let's come to the media. Again, the Constitution charges the media, somewhere in chapter 12, to demand accountability from government to the people. It's a very vital role that the Constitution places on the media's work for the society. Media work generally involves monitoring on a day-to-day basis. But in our country, there are some weaknesses. For instance, you rarely find reporting by the media on what district assemblies are doing. Reporting on district assemblies and metropolitan assemblies and the rural areas generally is very weak, which means that the media is failing to monitor how governance goes on at the local level. And that's a very, very critical issue. It means we don't know how much is spent on the district assemblies fund and so on and so forth. We are not very good in monitoring, for instance, major policy interventions such as, such as free SHS, for instance. In other words, the media are caught up following what you described, NDC truth, MPP truth. So the middle ground where the truth is missing to the public. And because it is missing to the public's sense of evaluation is also following the propaganda. So if you say something that is neutral and it is NDC in power, then the response is, we are MPP ni, and that kind of thing. So my point is that the media's functions on a day-to-day basis must be monitoring whatever is going on in the public space. The Constitution charges the media to do that, but there are lapses, and these lapses must be filled. Again, some of the more important media are more important only because they have very brilliant morning show programs. Programs of current affairs that actually decipher, critique, and raise critical questions based on evidence. And the evidence is there. Now, a very important weapon or a very important tool for the media to conduct what we are discussing here is the right to information law. It's there, which means that you can really have access to every kind of information. Some institutions have been resistant. But I must say that I learned that the first commissioner has been replaced. I learned that the first commissioner of the RTI has been replaced, which is something in our political governance that is terrible, because as far as I'm concerned, that man was doing such a fantastic job. If you were legitimately denied information from any agency, under that man's leadership, they will force that institution, according to the law, to honor their requests. I don't know how the new commissioner is going to behave, but that was a very efficiently run commission. In other words, our democracy is not perfect, but there are some things for the media that they ought to use to enhance the issue we are discussing, because what the people want, whether it is news or whatever, the media must tell the people how the government is functioning, how district assembly is functioning, how budgets are being used. If a party in power says we have built roads, the media's business to monitor whether or not the road is up to the budget that was used for it, and so on. So on a day-to-day basis, the media's work is to monitor. When it comes to evaluation, that perhaps is a bit more tricky business for media. It requires some expertise, some additional knowledge to evaluate, because if it is in the realm of, say, health or even finance, not all of us are knowledgeable enough to understand and evaluate and analyze what the budget means, what the account statement is saying. So, in short, that may be an area that we need to now call on institutions like yours to find ways of supporting the media, build their capacity to understand for the public. The media do work not for themselves, but for the public, so that the media is there for lack of a wrong analogy, the Ochiami, you know, that takes the message from the source to the public. And they ought to understand how that message, the implications of that message. I've seen many reports on the PIAC, the Public Accounts Committee, which raise more questions than answers. And that comes back to whether or not the journalist reporting understands critically what that report entails, the evaluation of the report. The monitoring, I think, is okay. There are lapses. But evaluating and telling the electorate, this is what this means, is where perhaps we need a bit more emphasis on. And my colleagues here are the ones, as William said, they are in the trenches. I am in an ivory tower, so they can help.
All right, great. Yeah, so Prof has raised very important, points. The media has constitutional mandates. We also have the right to information law. You spoke about capacity issues. But Prof, you are talking about barriers. I'll come to the barriers, Mr. Nyako. But I want to find out from you, Patience, how have we fared when it comes to using evaluation findings, evidence, and what classical examples are there to show, if any, if you know of any examples of how we've been able to use evidence to inform public discourse and the outcomes we've gotten from that?
All right, thank you very much. And I'll come to the question, but I just wanted to tell a short story about how powerful using evidence can change discourse. And we can allude that to one amazing journalist, an international journalist on human rights that Ghana produced, Nana Kwesi remember the name, Appenting, John Appenting of blessed memory. He passed away recently. And this is what he did, talking about evidence and journalism. In the 1990s, there was a lot of human rights abuses and injustices on the continent of Africa. And by whatever means political, he ended up on the streets of London, literally. And this is what he did, by using the evidence in Africa to change the discourse on human rights globally. And I say globally because the newspaper that he produced, African Topics magazine, began to shape the discourse on human rights in Africa, influence policy, and in no time, reporting on human rights abuses and issues on Africa began to change. I was privileged to work under him as a volunteer. And through his encouragement, I had to register and do a journalism course, journalism and news writing, so I have that certificate as well. But through a little office in southwest London, this journalist was able to amass evidence all over Africa to support journalistic work and change the dialogue. And so most of the development partners then will wait for African Topic magazine, and before they even make donor support to countries, including Liberia, including even Ghana, including places in South Africa who were all undergoing. That is what we are talking about, where journalism and the use of the evidence, because he had a number of journalists scattered all over Africa who would come, and anytime they sent him scripts of what was happening in Africa, he would ask, and where are the pictures? And what is the community? And who did you talk to? Those are the work that monitoring and evaluation does. And so with this story, I want to tell you that journalists hold a very powerful tools in their hands, which if they should combine with credible M&E reports, can shape the dialogue on all issues. Over the past 15 years, I have been involved in a number of country-level program evaluations. These evaluations have changed strategies. Many journalists wouldn't know. But if you walk to the EU office now, their evaluation on multi-donor budget support in Ghana changed how donor partners have been supporting Ghana since 2017. And so if journalists get these tools, they will be able to report credibly on some of the changing trends. And we talked about visualization. What has changed, for instance, in donor support to health over the past 20 years? It's based on the conclusions that some evaluators made based on their assessment of 10 to 15, 20 years of donor support to the health sector and how that has impacted on the lives of people. The issues we are discussing are very dire. And so because we are not using this evidence from the reports which monitoring and evaluation experts are generating, not just in Ghana, but all over Africa, we are losing out on some of the public dialogue and engagement that can be sparked if these reports are seriously used. And these reports are not generated because the donor partners are, interested in it, but they want to see value for money. What has their monies delivered over time? So we, the people for which these monies were given, must also be interested in that. So there's a lot of linkages that can be built, that can be drawn from the use of evidence-based M&E reports. And that is where we call on, for instance, the schools of journalism, media training institutions, and again, the media houses to begin to be interested in building the capacity of their trainees, of their professionals, to be able to bridge that gap of not just reporting, but using evidence, using value judgments that have been raised in these reports to shape the kind of reportage that we have on all issues developmental. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Prof mentioned that when it comes to monitoring, journalists do some level of monitoring, yet there are gaps. But you have mentioned that the donor communities have some good amount of reports. William, let me find out from you. What do you think are some of the barriers that are there to inhibit access to these reports that she's mentioned? Prof talked about Auditor General's reports that we use in public accounts committee and all that. When it comes to evaluation reports, what are the barriers in assessing this report for the work of the journalist?
Well, thank you. I think, excuse me, in the morning, and of course the panel session, one of the things that was obvious was that evaluators, when they produce reports, they hide it in some cases. I mean, basically, so it raises the issue of access. There's a lack of access to the media in the first place. Secondly, the reports are generated, of course, they are technical reports. So they are generated in technical language. And if you know the way a newsroom works, for example, and when I was a news editor, for example, it's almost a chaotic place where this is coming, and so you are running on not a 24-hour economy, but you're running a newsroom where the one or the information that comes that's fairly processed and that's quick to go is the one that typically it will find its way. Because they are in the business of producing information on a daily basis. So it is quite rapid. So when the information comes, even if it comes at all, and it's in technical language, you have to set it aside and try to reprogram it for another time. And you will, assign reporters to look at it. One of the foundations of journalism, particularly in Ghana, is that many people go into journalism because they're afraid of math. When I started, I wanted to go to GIJ because my math wasn't good until I went, did further education in the US. And here in my public policy program, I was dealing with econometrics and things like that. So there is that inaccessibility of the information. And then it's also cast in technical, jargon. And if we have to do extra work, we'll set it aside. So perhaps some of the joint collaborations that you should have would be if reports from evaluation reports will come, at least do a 1 or 2 page summary, because journalists will have to reproduce their information to connect to people. So it has to make news. So those are some of the dynamics which hopefully that as we have this conversation, begin to look at what are some of the best things that we can do to connect. The other thing is that for some of the reports, because they are produced in a political atmosphere, is either the information that comes from the evaluation, either it actually supports what the government is saying that it is doing well, or it does not. And for media, it is not what is working that we are excited to put out. It is what is not working. So we need to have that balance between understanding that if the free SHS policy was working and the evaluation reports show that it is, that we can actually also put that out, But it must be done in such a way that all of those other aspects that need to be done to make sure that this becomes actionable. The final thing I want to say is that the media by themselves, they are not really that resourced to be able to undertake evaluation, for example. The best they can do would be, for example, you would hear a report where a journalist goes to a trotro station and he does what they call the vox pop, 3 or 4 people, and then he generalizes. You know, so there are lots of opportunities for improvement and interface between reports from evaluations done by technical people and what the media puts out. Thank you.
Awesome. So you've raised issues on accessibility, resource constraints, and the technicalities of the reports that you receive. So that leads me to my next question to Ms. Ekpe. You are the Vice President for the Ghana Journalists Association. When it comes to training of journalists, and when it comes to professional development within the media space, how do you incorporate evaluation capacity as part of your training or professional development for journalists?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I come to the question of capacity building and whether or not at the GJ level we incorporate the issue of M&E into our curricula or into our our modules when we are having training, let me take our mind back a bit to when we say media, and in media in Ghana for that matter. We all know that the media space has evolved over time. 10 decades, some 20 decades back, our media space did not see this kind of multiplicity or duplicity of platforms that we have, as we have it now. Back then, in Ghana, we used to have only the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation as a media that existed and was an outlet that provided, call it public information, or now we're talking about public interest information. It was just one, and so it was just that one thing that provided information everybody listened to and picked from. Today, the story is different. Not only by way of radio, television, but then call it new media and social media. What we see more is a fragmentation of our information within the space, the media house, and also the information that we have. Having said that, the media space in Ghana today is confronted with so many issues, adapting to the trends of change when it comes to where and what platform to go to and listen to what. Call it information integrity, which is accurate and why is it accurate? And I think that the issue has been raised when it comes to the taint of whether to listen to a polarized platform, and then who owns what? Media ownership, and what kind of ideology is being paraded. These are all issues we are confronted with because the media space is open. And unfortunately, we haven't been too proactive when it comes to regulation. And I think that this communication or this issue about regulating the media space has come up on so many platforms. The question to ask is, does quantity represent quality of the information that is being churned out? I think this is what we are confronted with within the media space. And this is not only for us media, but it's a question for all Ghanaians to begin to think about. So these are the issues that we are confronted with within the space of talking about monitoring and evaluation. how do we then deal with that issue? It's a question for all of us within the media space, as well as people in, I'll say, policy makers in parliament, as Prof. earlier pointed out to us, our legislators, because, hey, at the end of the day, they would have to legislate to ensure that their space is regulated. So the buck then stops with them at that point. Having said that, the media is also heavily confronted with lack of resources, not only financial, human. I think that we all agree that the media space is one that has seen a lot of depletion when it comes to the people that actually do mainstream media work. We have a lot of people who are doing blogging, creating social media content. And in fact, you can't stop them, it's come to stay. Mainstream media actually goes to social media to pick information from there before. It's just like leads. We get leads from these spaces to do actual work when you go to television, radio stations now. Why am I advancing all this? I'm just pointing out the fact that we are confronted with a bigger issue in this country than we think when it comes to information management. And so this is a question that I put to issue I put to GEW to also think of, even as we discuss the issue of information integrity, which is within the media, the monitoring space as well as evaluation. So having said that, let me go to your question of, do we at the GJ level inculcate the issue of monitoring and evaluation into our training? I would say no. No, because we don't even think about monitoring and evaluation per se as a product and say monitoring and evaluation, we are looking at monitoring and evaluation. No. We may be doing it without necessarily thinking that we're doing monitoring and evaluation. Yes, we're training, we have training in investigative journalism. Mr. Nyako here and I have been involved with a number of training programs deployed for journalists. He even has a module that he's put together to train people in investigative journalism. But we've never thought of the thing about M&E per se, if you want to look at it that way. But from what Prof has said, I would say that it's something that we do, but we never put ourselves to it and say we are doing M&E per se. I'm sure I'm making sense. Yeah. We don't say we are doing M&E training per se, but journalists are trained in investigative reporting. Anytime that we have training, that aspect is in the training program, because journalism is about investigation. You have to investigate. You have to go in there and dig before you get your story. No matter what information you are putting out there, because you have to provide facts before you tell your story. So yes, we do that, but we don't bring ourselves to think about M&E per se.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so that's fine. I think we can give it up for him. So it's interesting. I mean, if you were here in the morning during the keynote, Professor had mentioned that there are technical issues when it comes to evaluation. Talk about correlation, talk about causality, talk about attribution, counterfactuals, estimating impact size. These are technical things. And maybe I'll come back to you, Mr. Nyako. How do you think we can build capacity for our journalists to be able to break these things down, understand the complexities when it comes to evaluation practice, up their capacity to be able to do the analysis and use the evidence generated in the technical reports, you had mentioned technical reports, to inform discussions within the media space? How do we build capacity?
Thank you. You know, sometimes, so you can consider a good rollout of targeted capacity building for journalists on NMNE, connecting it to data journalism and things like that, framing it inside. But when you have reports that are ready to go out, one of the things you can do is actually sometimes to meet with editors. Okay, you can have what we call editors encounters, some small chops, and roll it out, talk about it, and explain to them this is what this is about, particularly for really public interest issues, for which sometimes the taxpayer has paid for the evaluation. In that circumstance, you can meet with editors just over lunch or, you know, an evening and lay it out. And you can relay the information in the cross between our Gen Z and our old age, right? These days, imagine how many people become very interested on social media when they see an infographic. A whole report can be reduced to one infographic, and it's flying. So, and you can actually generate short-term, you know, explainer videos and things like that to roll it out as a way, as some kind of enticing them to look at the bigger thing. So there are things you can do in the immediate, and there are things that you can do short to medium term. So for example, you can mainstream M&E into modules, journalism, training schools. You can do training for journalists who are on the job. And you can do some of these short things. And also the framing is important because there are benefits to both the media as well as the evaluators, those who produce the reports. A currency for media is not money, it's information. Information free that we use, right? The media do not tell you what to think, but they inform what you think about an issue. And in that respect, they can amplify the results that you have produced. They can frame it together with you and the policymakers, the way in which, if they want to inform public policy, it can be framed to guide discussions as to the efficiency of what project or program that has been evaluated.
I'm curious. You mentioned you can do. Is this something you would do?
Yes. Yes, it is. It is. Because you see, like I've said, it's not just to the benefit of the evaluators, but it's also, if it is framed correctly, that the media also understands that if you get credible reports, evaluation reports, you have the capacity to assess that this that was done, the methodology that was used and all of that, there is some level of credibility. You will know that when you are going out, you can actually also connect to the evaluators and policymakers, get them on the platform, going public, to better explain it more. There will be times when, and that will come to, you know, the ethics of using evaluation reports, for example. It is prone sometimes to misreporting. You know, it's like a journalist goes to cover an event like this, sits in the whole day, and then presents a soundbite which really doesn't capture the essence of what. But it's a soundbite that people are looking for. So these reports, when they come, when journalists are not sure or are not clear, that training would inform them that these are the people that you must reach out to for further clarification and to explain to you what these technical details mean.
All right, Prof, you want to add your voice to it?
I think not much is to be added to what Mr. Nyako has said, but I just want to amplify some of the very critical things he has issued. and connect it to also what Rebecca was saying. In sum, Rebecca's point is a caution that the media terrain is so choked that any important information going out, whoever is sending that information out must be very discerning concerning what media they should emphasize on with. Again, coming back to your own thing, our media is polarized. There's MPP media, NDC media. And if you are not careful, as all of us here will know, if you are sending some information, remember that there are some who will bastardize the information, some who will distort that information, some who are paid to ensure that that information is deliberately falsified. So therefore, you should be discerning. So in your training, as Mr. Nyako hinted, you can't go and train just everybody. You have to be circumspect. There are very important media in this country who are at a standard of international quality. They are there. But as we say, as all of you know, I mean, this body that you have here, if one tooth aches you, the whole body is in trouble. It's just like the media landscape. Bad journalists poison the whole atmosphere and the image of media. So you ought to be discerning. So in your training, he has laid out some specific things. One, if you have an important evaluation report to get out there, make sure you can bring together, the more professional editors, journalists around, and help them understand what you want to bring out. You can organize a particular press conference, press briefing to dish it out. When it comes to the actual training of M&E for long term, then I think manuals are important. Manuals are very important. Get people like our lady here to actually help institutions, the Ghana Journalists Association, the training schools, to develop short-term curricula for practicing journalists, but also a course for mainstream 4-year undergraduate students or graduate students and so on. But at the end of the day, the report you are giving out are going to depend on the subject matter, the area of that the report is about. It must be financial, it must be engineering, it must be health, it must be this. So that is where you need to always have some relationship with a crop of media who you can trust and whose professional capacity you can have confidence in. On the other hand, also for long term, it may be necessary to cultivate a crop of journalists who will specialize in that whole area of reporting on M&E. Because, as William said, reports are abound all over. M&E reports abound. As Madam pointed out, the donor community, the World Bank, the different donor communities have wealth of information on the different projects they have supported in this country. Which one do you go for? Is it the one on people with disability? Is it the one on rural this or urban that? So all of these will also depend on particular specialized knowledge and information. So you will need to develop a crop of journalists who you are almost always using so that you can get the more important story or the story out with a level of accuracy and reliability that is required. Otherwise, the market has a lot of rotten tomatoes.
Yeah, so you are speaking to targeting. Yeah, okay. So you want to share? Okay, please go ahead. Yeah. No, just turn it on.
I'd like to say that the Ghana Journalists Association will be more than happy to collaborate with, whoever or the association. If you are interested, we can speak about producing.
Director DIH is here. They are more than willing to collaborate.
And if you want to sponsor the journalist or the best journalist or reporting in MNEs, GJ will be more than happy to discuss that. Wow. So that will become one of the awards that we'll give out at our annual GJA Awards. So we'll be happy to discuss that. And I'm sure that we'll make a headway. And that would also, generate some interest in this whole MNE that we're discussing. And also create that longevity and sustainability of the issues. Thank you.
Prof mentioned, you can do it better for him. So Prof mentioned tailored training. Are you open to such training if DIH, GIMPA, GMF, any other organization want to collaborate for training? Are you open?
Yes, because as Prof and Mr. Nyanko have already said, this is a very specialized area. And in journalism, one of the things that we promote is to encourage journalists to specialize. Because in specialization, you can ensure that you are targeting, and then you're also building on knowledge, and you are sharing knowledge, and you are sure that you are dealing with the right people. And as has been said, our media landscape has its own challenges. And so information integrity is a problem, not only in Ghana, but globally. Yeah. And we heard that at the UN when Maria Reza talked about the fact that false or fake information travels faster, 6 times more. Real information is always buried. And this is a challenge globally that we need to fight. Information integrity. And when it comes to MNE, I believe it's also an issue there. And so why not? It's very important that we focus on, building the capacity of journalists and helping them to specialize, targeted.
Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
is great. I see you are itching to say something, but let me introduce Mr. George Sapon. He's Executive Secretary, National Media Commission, Ghana. For some good reason, he was unable to join from the beginning. But
no, actually, we decided that he is forward, so as we are going low, then he comes to pop.
Okay. Let me ask this question. It's so burning to me. We have mentioned some few issues that address the question that is coming. But how do you think we can use the media to stimulate demand for actual evaluations? I lived in South Africa for some time, and it is interesting. Sometimes you get up in the morning, you go to work, you come back. The next morning, you see that a whole stretch, kilometers, have been constructed. You wake up the next morning, you see that the other half has been constructed. My wife is a doctor, and she always says that when one life is lost in the hospital, it adds to the numbers. But when it is your own, it is a life too many to lose. When we give money, we should be able to estimate, care to know how much we are getting in return for every dollar, every cedi that we put into the development interventions that we design for implementation. NDPC, before the lunch break, had mentioned they have the mandate to monitor and produce the evaluations. How do we use the media to stimulate the demand, for evaluation reports so we can use them in the discussions we have in the media space?
Thank you. I think aspects of that question has been responded to by Prof. and also by Mr. Nyako. And I'll just highlight the issue of strengthening institutional collaborations. I think already we've garnered one important outcome of this meeting. The fact that the Ghana Institute of Journalism are willing for us to, association have come, to institutionalize some collaboration with them and to support them to build that capacity amongst journalists. But I would say straight off that strengthening institutional collaboration and also building the capacity of journalists is in itself some advocacy towards strengthening their capacity to use M&E evidence to report accurately. And so that advocacy can only be garnered when institutional collaborations are strengthened, and GMF, together with the organizers of the Ghana evaluation, we come together and decide together with the association that using credible evaluation report is going to enhance the work of journalists in the country. And so we need to come together and build a system of supporting capacity to be able to do that and do it better. So already the channels are there, but we need to make sure that we strengthen those channels and build a more lasting, capacity systems that would ensure that we achieve that result.
Great. That's awesome. Good. So you mentioned collaboration partnership. Mr. Sapon, I'll throw this to you. What key elements should we be looking at when it comes to collaboration between the evaluation practitioners and those within the media space?
Thank you very much. Let me first apologize most profusely for the lateness. But I am glad that I'm here and to see all these great people, and especially the people on the panel, my colleagues, William and Rebecca. But also, Prof doesn't like this much, but I will keep harassing him with this. You would notice that I'm wearing this on my hand, and he has a similar one on his hand. I wear this because of him. As a symbol of the impact of his work on me. And I would always repeat this whilst we all have breath. I'm extremely grateful to Prof for everything he did. If you would permit me to remind all of you of the story of the Catholic priest and at his farewell party. The mayor arrives late to the function, and as soon as they give him the microphone, he's not heard what anybody has said. This father is a great Reverend Star. When he first came here, I was the first person to come to him for confession. And then everybody's looking at him. Unknown to him, the priest had shared a story that the first person who came to confession when he came almost made him run back. Because this man has stolen government money. He had slept with his wife's sister. He had slept with the wife's friend. He had confessed to be a liar. The man didn't know what had been said and came to announce that he was the first. Otherwise, nobody would have known he was the man.
Since I come late, I have to be very careful what I say. Because I don't know. But you asked me a question that I really want to plead with you. To flip the issue on the other side. I know that with the experts here, we would have heard a lot about what needs to be done from the media side. But in my earlier career, I had worked on a project of training statisticians on how to communicate data across Africa. And I had worked with a master statistician. He was the director of statistics at Eurostat, European Statistics, called Daniel Beck. Over a period of doing training across the continent, I learned one major lesson. When it comes to media and any kind of data, the first problem is that the data producers don't understand the media. And they never make effort to learn about the media. And they always think that the media are the ones who need to learn to understand how data works. So it is like a person who goes out to build, let us say, a wardrobe without considering how his or her door looks like, and is forcing to push the wardrobe through a door that is not made for that kind of wardrobe. If you don't understand how the media operate, and you want to engage them or to input anything, you are going to have major challenges. There are a number of things, but let me share just two. One is about timing. M&E experts and all other data producers release report when it is ready. Am I lying? Okay. The media need report when it is relevant. Okay? So if you are releasing climate change report of any kind, and you release it in Ghana, let's say September, October, the impact is different from May, June when the rains are heavy. And you are linking climate change issues to the flooding that you are seeing. You understand? It has real impact. It gets sustained discussion. Otherwise, you release the report, you will cover it as an event. As we sit here, this meeting is important to M&E experts. There are 100 more events happening today. Each one of them is going to get a 3-column, a 4-column story in a newspaper or some. What is the average bulletin on radio? A minute. Max 2. Because you have to share to everybody else. So that is all that your issue will get. So if you don't understand how the media work, you can train all the journalists. If the material that you are bringing is not made for media, it will be very difficult. The next thing that I think M&E experts need to realize is that what you are communicating as a report is usually because you are dealing with quality
Yeah, so institutional strengthening. Just before you came, we had also mentioned that there is a need for tailoring. So you mentioned different aspects of journalism. So if there is any capacity, any partnership for any capacity, you don't go large scale, but you try to tailor it to the unit or the area within the journalism space that will require the evaluation capacity for their work. Good. So you want to say something?
Let me add, as part of the collaboration, that, for example, next year, when you organize this, try and have media partners.
Okay.
Approach the media, get media partners so they will be part of this. And you will get the engagement before this program, during and after, and you continue to build organic collaboration from there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. So I think at this stage, we will open up the discussion to the audience. Any burning questions? I see a hand over there. I see a hand here. I want to take a question from a lady. Okay. I think we can start with her. Let's start. I've seen the hands. I'll call you. I'll give you the opportunity to ask your questions. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Vera Abe, and I work with Palladium, an NGO. Very interesting discussions, and I just wanted to contribute slightly around the fact that there are different ways that we can get the media and M&E well integrated. And one key thing I picked around the fact that interpretation of our results, I think, is one of the key things. We like talking about numbers as M&E professionals. To what extent are we able to lay that into normal understanding for other personalities and different audience to be able to appreciate, I think, is a key thing. You mentioned also around barriers of media, and one of the areas I think I would like to contribute is the fact that to break some of the barriers or the challenges that we are facing, we may have to look at the fact that when we do a very comprehensive evaluation, planning, and budgeting, we'll be able to ensure that we are incorporating an aspect of dissemination plan into our evaluation processes. So if the data is out, at the point of even planning and budgeting for the evaluation, you are trying to ensure that you are able to have a good budget that will include ensuring that the right audiences are factored into the dissemination of the findings. Because if you just do the evaluation and the findings have found themselves onto the shelves, at the end of the day, the usage becomes a big deal. But when at the point of planning the evaluation, you have ensured that there is a dissemination plan, the audiences and the channels that you want to use, including the media in this case, are all documented. And not just documented, but ensure that at the end of the evaluation findings that are out, you are implementing that dissemination plan. It will contribute to ensuring that the right audiences, and for this matter, the media, are not left out as a major and critical stakeholder in ensuring that whatever findings we have come out with are well disseminated to the general public. Thank you.
Great. That was a comment, so I'm not sure it was a particular question addressed to. So let's pass it on. A hand here. Let's take 3 sets. They'll respond to it, then we come back.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Daniel from the Media Foundation for West Africa. Just to say that we have a model that perhaps we could recommend. Through the Fourth Estate project, we have a team of journalists. We operate it like a newsroom. So they feed on reports they leverage on the RTI to get information and then bring out very important issues that have impact on accountability. So what we could probably say is that we should be deliberate and conscious about bringing them on board. You see, aside the fourth estate, we also have what we call Next Generation Investigative Journalism Project, where we deliberately announce, recruit, and train next generation journalists and embed into them the spirit of investigative journalism. So just to add that if we are not deliberate about it, it will be difficult to get the results. And the fourth estate is an example of being deliberate about this. And to buttress the point made by Rebecca on the issue of funding, part of the reason why the fourth estate is giving us the kind of results we are seeing is also because we have, development partners who are interested in accountability and supporting us. So we have to be deliberate about it. There may be times even the media will not be interested. Prior to this weekend, I saw posters of all the big political shows that ran during the weekend. One of the obvious observations was the fact that all the panel were men. So it was news that why only men. But I saw two. The other one had to do with the current issue of NLA KGL issue. Not a single media house featured that story. But as we speak, a former deputy NSS director has been given a 10 million bail from the court on that matter. Not a single media featured that story. So if we are not deliberate about hitting hard on certain issues and doing our own advocacy to ensure that Ghanaians get the accountability they deserve, it will never happen. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. That also speaks to the tailoring. Okay. So, please, let's get your question.
Thank you very much. My question basically is to all the wonderful panelists, and thank you for your interventions and what you've shared. I just wanted to find out, maybe more to Mr. Sapon, when he says that there's a need for evaluators or researchers to understand media, right? Because sometimes that's the thing. I think that they do understand the media very well. If I put out a report, I know what's going to the board, right? I'm not going to give a 500-page report to the media. But even when you give the media a one-pager, what normally you observe is the media personnel, they cut and paste without interrogating it. You give a speech, they ask for a speech, they cut and paste. So that has, in my humble opinion, nothing to do with not understanding the media, but more the media not wanting to do the work that is required. So they sit and listen, and they just cut and paste. I would want to see how does the media build its own capacity so that if this gentleman says a bag of corn grows on 1 acre and they fed a village, what can they do to interrogate that such that the common person like me can understand it better? Right? Because I don't think it's the packaging, but it's more everybody being willing to put in the work that it takes so we can understand each other. But I would sort of expand on that. Thank you very much.
All right. So I think he mentioned that. So what will make the news versus what will make the impact you want to see? Okay. You want to talk to any of? Okay. All right. So it's a follow-up question to it. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Samuel Atiebwa. It's quite close to what Dr. Hansen said. That's why I asked for the mic. And thank you for the very wonderful contributions thus far. When Sir was speaking, he mentioned the fact that sometimes the media people the thing down because it is technical. And technical, in my understanding, is not about the words used, but the fact that it is something that will require some specialized knowledge to understand the issues. And when they put it down, it means that the media person probably doesn't have that specialized knowledge to interrogate the issue and to put it out there. And I think Prof also alluded to that fact when he was speaking. And moving that forward, we had mentioned that training will be important, right? This resonates very well with me because sometimes even when you sit behind the TV and listening to the news, the way the media person asks the question, it's very clear that he or she probably doesn't understand the issue. He or she is not able to trigger the kind of discourse that needs to be triggered. If you ask the wrong question, we will have a wrong discourse on the issue. And I think it's very important because in a democratic dispensation, freedom of speech is very important. That's what moves the discourse. And media men are very powerful in this regard. Prof, don't you think that, I'm asking because you are in academia, don't you think that it's time that we have a policy where we say that if you want to report on educational issues, go and get an educational degree, and then you can come and study journalism to report on educational issues. What do you think? I mean, I'm just thinking.
Okay.
I've been thinking about it all the time.
All right. So, Prof will quickly respond to that.
Yes.
Then
Well, I don't think you can plan your media landscape that way, which will mean that, for instance, in Graphic or GBC or in Joy FM, you will have a specialist in education but with education degree, a specialist in science with physics degree. No, it doesn't work out like that. The point is that a journalist, whoever the person is, if they are trained properly, they should be able to report on anything, even atomic science. Why? Because the journalist's main tool of work is asking questions. So you may not be a physicist. You may not have been trained, your first degree may not have been in physics. But because the physicist is talking to you and you don't understand, your role is to ask questions like a class 1 child will ask, so that you get the information properly and relay it to the public. So your first, your preambular statement about how some journalists are asking wrong questions only indicates that that journalist didn't prepare properly or has not been trained enough to ask the relevant questions. You see, a lot of that also has to do with how that newsroom is organized. Many newsrooms are not practicing proper orientation of their journalists before they go out. A good editor must sit down with the journalist. Once the rota is given to you, you are going to report on this issue is coming up in Parliament today. What is your angle? What are the key issues? So the journalists will prepare before they even go to the office and get their assignment. And therefore, they will be able to ask the relevant questions. So a journalist doesn't assume that they know. If you meet a journalist who assumes that they know, that journalist is fake. Because the journalist business is not to know before the issues. You prepare and have an idea or some basic knowledge about the issues so that you can raise the necessary questions and then get the right answers. Otherwise, we will have to have only lawyers reporting in the courts. But no, you don't do that.
Great. All right. So
quickly add
two
something.
more for want of time. Okay.
Yes, I
Mr.
just
Kwame.
wanted to add. Sami, turn the question around and ask yourself, how would it sound if we said that an M&E specialist who wants to talk to the media must have a degree in media studies before he can do that? Think about it.
All right.
And I wish that I could quickly, just think about it. I said think about it. Doctor, quickly, the point we are making, and we really wish that the experts would not be upset with us. Let me confess that I used to teach statistics. I'm a failed academic. One of the key things in the production of data is what we call TQM, Total Quality Management. The first principle of TQM is to understand user needs. Okay. And to produce data that satisfies that need. So if you think that the media are part of your users, then right from your planning, you must know what the media need to be able to use that data. And that is the analogy I make with the carpenter building the wardrobe, okay, without considering if you always think that this is M&E, this is how we do it, this is what we look out for, and then when we are done, the media must be interested and to carry it. It is true, but you know why? As we sit, the surgeons at Kolebu, the ENT people, the cardio people, the endocrine, everybody wants the media to be able to understand their field and to communicate it that way. You understand? Yeah. The engineers working on flooding, the architects, everybody wants that. Yeah. Prof has explained, things don't just work like that. So if you really want to break through into the media, then you are the one who wants to prepare himself or herself in a manner that makes what you are putting out usable by the media. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so that's exactly the principle of utilization focused evaluation. You get the primary intended user and the primary intended use of your evaluation right from the design of your evaluation. So thank you so much. For want of time, we are going to take just two more. I see you with the mic. Okay, you can have your 10. Then we take the last one from here. I mean, we are out of time, so please, okay.
All right, so thank you very much. My name is Ebenezer Annan, and I'm a student of local government studies, studying development management. Okay, so we're talking about the media, and then we have proliferation of the media in terms of a lot of that in the hundreds, and then more than that. So in terms of the media's role, and then again, what we are studying, monitoring and evaluation, we are here about monitoring and evaluation, which in essence is about, tracking progress, effectiveness and impact. Now, and somebody talked about public interest perspective. And then I think that a lot of our media houses, some are doing well, a lot are also throwing, and pardon my word, a lot of chaff into the system. We talked about the NPP, NDC, and all that. Now, there is this doctor called Dr. Kofi Techi, a senior research fellow of ISA. He's done some work about the palm oil industry space, and he looked at it from the 60s. How government after government have always talked about it. And he did, of course, it was also a comparative study about elsewhere, how the same palm oil space had helped them, and sometimes we compare ourselves with Malaysia and all that. And then if you read the book, the title was The Politics of Political Failure, The Politics of Political Failure in Ghana, The Case of Palm Oil. And he talked about the paradox of good intentions. Now, this has been ongoing and on and on. Recently, the past government had 6 cash crop projects, which they call it the tree crop diversification project. It has been ongoing, and they said I'm coming to a point. I'm coming to a point. Okay. And then one of the 6 crops was to generate annually 2.5 billion and then so that all of them supposed to, in total, supposed to be something like $12 billion. Okay, something great. Another government comes, and just recently, I'm hearing that the government says that it's going to embark on another palm processing, what do you call it? Palm, a program, comprehensive palm something program. Now, the point I'm driving at is, we have made so much politics of some of these things and all that. These are areas that, in terms of public interest and in terms of impact, in terms of the lives rules of people, the media would have to look at. And not just this, there are other areas of how the politics have played us, and the politicians have played us. In terms of the development process, the media would have to be sharp, so many of the staff that are chaff, and the focus on development and the things that impacts.
All
And
right.
the
Okay,
things
so
that the
I think your
politicians
point is
put out
that
there.
your point is that the evidence exists, so the media can make use of
A
the
lot
evidence
of that, and then
to
help
inform
us.
what should be done next. I think
Most
the
of what
point
they
is
do,
well
we don't
made.
need them. You see? Of
All
that.
right.
Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. So let's take the last one.
Hello, my name is George Chimesi, and I do want to thank George for inviting me here. It's answered a very important question in the research I'm doing.
Okay.
So I just want to throw a hypothetical configuration out within the context of public interest media. Right now, the reality of media is that it's evolving around the world, and it's AI-driven, and it's digital configuration-driven. It's changed. So I hope Prof. Kakari would agree with me that the media as we know it right now, which is still mainly analog, to be a bit technical, I hear people talking about we've switched to digital. The reality is that it's just a facet of the reality, the wider reality of a digital ecosystem that we need. So I have a hypothetical suggestion. I think what is needed is a digital evaluation dashboard, right, which does four things. The first thing it does is that it provides a benchmark. The benchmark it provides is what, I've heard a word I don't understand, M&E. So it must be evaluation based. But so the academics and intellectuals, right, have a benchmark to do with the matrix of evaluation analysis and how and what it's supposed to do for the national economy. The second thing it needs is an automated journalism matrix. The reality of journalism, as we know it, will change. It's already changed in the Western world. It's going to be automated journalism. Most journalists in Ghana right now do not have control over the news ecosystem because it's all done digitally. From wherever, as long as your information gets to an audience, you've got a Woody Meyer, right? He's a good example. So automated journalism is another underpin. The third underpin, which is important, is indexing. Indexing is not benchmarking. Indexing is, in this dashboard, you have a comparative analysis-based index to configure performance and to have KPIs. And the fourth, which a lady mentioned up there, is dissemination. So once you've got this dashboard, and it's a live dashboard, anyone who wants to report, media is not necessarily always the guy sitting in a studio. But for those who are in the studio, who analyze information, they can go to that dashboard and authenticate the information that they need to disseminate. That's what I wanted to put out.
All right. Okay. I think this point is well made. So NDPC started a process. We have a data system. So I think there will be a need to collaborate with the media and try to integrate all these four important things that he mentioned. Okay. So, I mean, I see so many hands still up. It's been very, but for want of time, please, let's end it here. Shelve your questions. Next year, God willing, we are going to be back. And the questions that you didn't get opportunity to ask, please come next year. You will be able to ask them. So at this stage, we are going to... Okay, I wanted to get final words from them. Maybe one person can nominate to speak for the rest of the panelists. So, Prof, they are nominating you to give your last words. I mean, before we end.
That's a bit unfair because something that George here, who thinks I am his mentor, may not like. And then he won't say it here, but when we get out, he'll come and accuse me.
And he was the same person who nominated you.
Exactly. But all jokes aside, I think basically the issue we are talking about, if I understand it properly, is how do we get our media to be concerned with the more salient, value-driven public interest issues concerning development, concerning government, using information that is there, that has been put together by experts in different fields. In other words, we want the media to make government, public institutions more accountable, based not on opinion, which is plenty, but on concrete information that is there about our economy, our society, our markets, our infrastructure, about everything. I think that that's what we are talking about.
That's correct.
And my colleagues here have come out with a number of ideas. George's question about the experts making that information accessible. And then my colleagues here talking about how the media's capacity ought to be advanced so that we can meet each other halfway in the interest of the public. Thank you.
Yeah. So there are credible, rigorous evidence available. Use them in media practice. Then reference them. In that way, nobody will align you to NDC or MPP when you reference. Let's do it again for our panelists. Thank you so much. So we'll take a group photo over here. Then right after, we're going to call the Director, Development Innovative Inside Hub, Mr. Kwabena, to come and give some remarks. We're going to give some certificate to our young mentees. So he'll come with his remarks. Quickly, we call them for the certificate. Then we round up for the day. So please, let's take a photographer. Are you here? Let's take the photo quickly.
Hello? Yeah. Good afternoon. Oh, it's actually almost evening. We come to our last event for the day. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the panelists. I was so excited when I was listening to them, and my brain started moving around because I've always been passionate about how to get the media on our side. When I say on our side, not leaving their side, but us collaborating. I think the discussion today, we need to co-create something with the media. It's unfortunate that Rebecca is gone. We have to co-create. It's not us doing it and calling them. We need to do it together because it's a win-win situation. And George, long time ago we met. That is more than 10 years. So, so there's so much that we can leverage from the media, and we can also give back to the media. So I can assure Rebecca that we'll follow up quickly and see how we can co-create something to benefit both us practitioners in M&E and also the media. Because certainly, we have to do something to improve the evidence, and when the evidence gets out there, we must disseminate it in the right way, user-friendly way. DIH, Development Insights Hub. Would you kindly come close? I said DIH. Our core priority is to target the young people and ensure that we empower them, not just with theory, but with practice. So we've managed to bring together practitioners in M&E so that these young people are people mostly with degrees and masters, some with PhDs, to actually make their hands dirty. I use the word make your hands dirty in the sense that there's a serious gap between theory and practice. If you've done M&E before, you realize that what they teach in schools is different from what happens on the field. If you've engaged, I think I was in Botswana just to help BIDPA to do their strategy, result framework for their strategy. And what I went through, it took the grace of God to come out on scratch. So we wanted to impart this skill to our colleagues. And we also want to extend. Our first cohort has completed. First cohort was plus or minus 30. Second cohort is ongoing. First cohort was mainly Ghanaians. Second cohort, we have people from Nigeria, Ethiopia, Uganda, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. And the third cohort we will open up very soon. For now, it's free. It's free. We hope we can sustain the free because my mentors who have been helping us have not been charging us, and they, Albert and other people, everybody, they provide their skills for free. So colleagues in the first cohort have gone to 5 months, not weeks, 5 months of rigorous mentoring on both monitoring evaluation as a concept, and now develop the frameworks and operationalize the frameworks. In fact, we have one outstanding responsibility. We are working with the Office of the Head of Civil Service to evaluate the Client Service Charter. So we take it so serious, not for people to just come in and go out. So today we are very happy to present the first cohort. Not all of them are here. Some are in the north and other places, so they couldn't come. Some are in the Ashanti region, but those who managed to come are just a few. We're expecting about 23 to 30 to come today. So I'll humbly request that colleagues come forward, and we invite people to just give them the certificates. And I know that, yes. Would they want, they stand them, they just give it to them. We don't have time. We would have loved for you to sit, but we don't have time, so you just come around and we invite Dr. Hansen. Dr. Hansen, please come forward, and maybe you do something. I'll switch to the moderator, then he does his work. Thank you very much.
All right. Great. Oh, let's do it better. Let's do it better for them. Development Insight Hub. They are doing a great job building the next generation of evaluators. So we are going to call the mentees and present their certificate to them. First, so first we have David Anani Ajay. Oh, clap for him. 5 months is not a joke. Next we have Linda Ata Osabute. We have Evelyn Ajaho. Felix Boateng. Evans O. Senior. We have Patricia Enyonam Agbogla. We have Prince Forson. We have Nana Konedu Ajiman. Rollins. We have Kwajo Edu. This one is a mouthful. Mauto Gagblezu. We have Salom Kwame Sepo. We have Esther Odi Tieku. Then finally, but not the least, we have Derek Kofi Buedu. Wow. So a resounding warm of applause for them once again. Thank you so much, Dr. Hansen. Mentees, you may please have your seats. Or you want to take a photo together? Okay, maybe a photo. Director DIH. Okay. Okay. We can take a photo together with them. Great. All right. So all too soon. All right. Okay. So all too soon, we've come to an end of today's session. It's been quite insightful from the speakers, the panelists, and the presentations to our young mentees. I think we've had a very good session today. Tomorrow promises to be even better because we're going to have some good training programs, some workshops that we expect all of you to be here. We just had a panel discussion on media. The next journalist you see in town, please invite the person, let the person come and sit in. It's a good start, building capacity in evaluation studies. So we're going to have workshops on enhancing M&E capacity in fast-changing world. And that is by West Central African Regional Office of UNICEF. We're going to have a workshop on emerging technologies for M&E, example using AI and big data, machine learning as well. There will be a workshop on insight and key takeaways from, there will be insight and key takeaways. So two major workshops, right? Two major workshops. Yeah, one on AI, big data, machine learning, and the other on enhancing M&E capacity in a fast-changing world. So we expect to have all of you back It's going to be an exciting time tomorrow. Don't miss it for all the rice in China. Okay. All right. So I'm told that there are going to be practical sessions also. So come with your laptops ready, and you are going to have some hands-on training in machine learning, big data, and all the AI tools that are available. So on that note, we want to say a very big thank you again. Thank you so much. I think we all deserve a big hand of applause. We were late for about 10 minutes, but tomorrow we are going to be exactly on time. So see you tomorrow, and come with your tools for the workshops as well. Thank you very much.